Hello, everybody. Welcome into my latest live broadcast. It is the 13th of April, 2021. My name is Carey Holzman. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. And as you can see before me, I have some motherboards to prep today. And in doing so last night, I ran into a problem, and I thought I would demonstrate the problem to you. I'm assuming, since all the boards I'm building are the same, that I'll run into the same problem. And I will just preface this so that you don't think I'm some genius, because I already know what the solution is, but I will welcome you to participate and guess. And that's going to be on the roster for tonight's show. Hello, all my friends in blue. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. And what do we have? About 120 people already in the house, right on. I see Rick Hubbard contributed £5. And Rick had participated in a video consultation with Doug Betts over at Doug Betts Live Windows Training. You should definitely check it out. It's good to see the people's faces and hear their voices, you know, that I see in the chat room. So it was a pleasure to see Rick there and to see Doug helping him out. Doug offers free technical support if you want to reach out to Doug Betts, and that link should be in the video notes of today's video below the video. Mike Podekowitz with a $5 contribution says, thanks for inspiring me to build my first computer since 1993, and it was a lot easier this time around. Right on, that's awesome. Well, thank you for letting me know that you did that. I'm glad I could inspire you to greatness and beyond. Planet Cryos with a $5 contribution. Did that computer come in yet? I don't even know. It should have arrived by now, didn't it? I don't know. Tom Jackson with $7.77 says, chin up, cheer up, and keep on chugging. Okay, thank you for the contribution. Thank you for the support. And all my other friends in blue, everybody joining, thanks for hanging out with me. And if you're just watching, join us in the live chat. Right now, we are live. And even if you're not talking to me, you can talk to others in there. They're all very friendly and welcoming people. Everybody who is nice is welcome. I've been playing around a little bit with the camera setup here. I thought it'd be nice to have a close-up camera so that I can bounce back and forth between a close-up shot and then the distant shot that I normally have. And I was looking for because it's basically two tripods, one put behind the other one. And I can hook that up to my Stream Deck and then just push buttons and switch between the cameras. And it's almost like there's a cameraman here. So I think that's more useful for these cameras that I start using them. And then I have an overhead rig that'll go up for downward shots. And I still have to fix an audio issue. And there were some video issues. The bit rate was a bit low. At 1080, you want a 4,000 bit rate. I had dropped it to 3,000 because of the internet connection problems, but so far those internet connection problems are non-existent. So I went ahead and bumped it back to 4,000. So you may or may not notice a difference in the video quality. It's still 1080 regardless, but the bit rate is 25% more than it was. So you might see more detail in the shots. Planet Cryos contributes $25. He says, yes, I got the computer you sent, and I plan on unpacking it tomorrow, I hope. Thank you again. Right on. Man, if I got that thing, I'd be tearing into it. But that's cool. I know what it's like to have parts that you sit there and have sitting in boxes until you can get to it. Hopefully it arrived in good shape. Rick Lakes with $10. Rick, I want to talk to you. I need you to send me an email, reach out to me personally so we can chat. Ken Ryan with $9.99 contributed $9.99. Said, I just did my first hard drive clone successfully. Super easy. And thanks for the great advice. I love it. That's awesome, Ken. Thank you so much for letting me know that these videos are helpful and useful to you. And Chris L with a $1 contribution. Thanks all of you for contributing here to the channel as I provide as much content as I can, bearing the expenses and time involved. And so these contributions help me to make more content and to set up things like the dual camera stuff and fix the audio issues and everything else. spend, spend, spend. What I was going to say is I was looking for a device that I could set on the tripod that would be like a metal bar, and that I could put one camera on one side of the bar and one camera on the other. And all the ones I had found were all very short. And these cameras are too big. They'll bump into each other. And I found a place out of England, I think it's called TEAMGROUP.com, and they make exactly what I'm looking for. Unfortunately, it uses a different mounting system. I think it's called a bowl. It uses like a half bowl mounting system. And the benefit of the bowl is that basically there's a part, the bottom part of the tripod head is rounded, and it fits into a bowl of the same size. And that way you can level the camera off. I've even seen self-leveling bowls. When you're on a tripod, if the floor is uneven or if the legs of the tripod are not all fully extended or straight out, you'd be surprised how easy that is. Or if one of the little rubber feet kind of buckles and you don't notice it, then your camera can be tilted. And there is no tilt on the tripod head. It just swivels up and down, and you can turn the camera left and right. But what we would call the yaw, I think that's the yaw, that isn't adjustable. That you would have to move the legs up or down to level it off. So that's more professional, having the bowl system, I guess. And what I decided to do was, since this part is so hard to find, I went ahead and ordered it last night. It'll come from England. And then I'll figure out what adapters I have to buy to adapt it to my current tripods, and what adapters I have to buy to adapt the current Manfrotto tripod heads into the bowl mounts. And then once all that's done, then I can have one tripod with a camera on the left, a camera on the right, that are fully articulated without affecting the other one. That's the other problem with a steel bar. If you just mount two cameras and you tilt forward, well, if it's a steel bar and each one has its own tripod head, in theory, you could still operate each camera independently. There was a problem I couldn't think of, that where they would, the bar has to be long enough that the cameras won't hit each other. The cameras need to be able to swivel without turning into each other and colliding. So it's got to be a pretty wide bar. And in any event, right now I'm using two tripods, which is traditionally that's how I was shown how to do it, but it's messy. Things get in the way real easy. And it's a mess of cables and 6 tripod feet. Anyway, hopefully it'll improve the content a little bit and make it a little more dynamic for you to enjoy. And I hope everybody can see and hear me okay. Stream is going out good, yeah. My thanks to, is it Lana Dro? Lana sent a contribution. I received that yesterday, and then I'll send an email to Lana. Thanks to everybody again who supports the show here. It is all free content, and financial support is not a requirement, but it is very much appreciated. So getting on with, I'm having left channel audio only. I was messing around with some of the audio settings, and I realized I had a problem, and when I went to fix it, I wasn't able to test it. So now you're hearing it for the first time in stereo. That's effectively what's happened. So that was all set in the camera. And I want to keep all my audio settings in OBS as much as possible. So I'm going to address that here in just a minute. $5 again here from Planet Cryos. He says, I work nights and I sleep during the day. So first day off is tomorrow, and therefore I'm waiting. Hey, that makes sense to me. I'm a night owl. I'm with you. I hear you. Let me see what I can do with this audio right now. Yeah, it's a little bit frustrating. There's so much configuration to deal with, but I should have a way to put this in that. Okay, so right now that should be coming in left and right currently, which is mono, but it's a, when it was mono in the camera, I only got one green bar. Now I have 2 green bars, one for the left and one for the right. And part of the issue I was having was the second microphone input was not adjustable on the gain. something within the camera of how I configured it, which meant that when I had Mitch here, if I set my microphone gain lower because I talk louder, then Mitch was quieter. And as I was adjusting the gain on Mitch's microphone on the camera, it did nothing at all. I turned the gain to 0, which should have silenced him, and his levels didn't change. So I still have a little more work to do, but thank you for pointing out that the audio was on the left side. This is a very difficult thing to do alone without having some way to test it. So I appreciate your feedback on that, and we'll continue to refine it as time permits. And thank you. Everybody says the audio is much better now. Right on. I see, I have no way of knowing, so thank you. And thank you for telling me nicely instead of acting as though I've killed your dog. Now, today, I'm going to continue what I was doing last night, essentially, which is prepping a bunch of motherboards. These are going to be part of the giveaway computers. And these are computers I'm giving away to people that have been frequent contributors that have been generous to the channel, and I want to be generous back to them first and foremost. And I hope, you know, look, if they don't need a computer, they don't know anybody who needs one, I'm going to make the offer, and if they don't want it, I'll move to the next person. And I've got about 7 computers. They're not all like this. I've got 4 like this one, and then I've got 3 others, and we'll get to that when it gets to be that time. I'll send one to AC's Drafting. In fact, I've got a different one I think I'll send to AC's Drafting. I've got one going to Planet Cryos. I've got one that'll go to Kelly Stewart. Kelly has contributed 3 $100 Amazon gift cards in the last 4 days. So, you know, basically these folks that have been so generous have more or less paid for these computers. If you feel like you've been left out because you don't have money to contribute, well, you didn't buy anything, right? You shouldn't expect anything. These folks have effectively paid for these computers, and maybe in some cases even more so, but they didn't do it with the intent to buy a computer, right? They did it with the intent to support the channel. So this will be a surprise for them if they want it, and it's a great way for me to hopefully encourage you to give too. And you know, when the contributions come in regularly from individuals, you stand out through the crowd and deserve acknowledgement for that. And all the money that comes into the channel goes back into the channel. And in such a case, I bought a lot of parts when they were on sale, primarily to make content. I didn't know what I was going to do with these builds, but there weren't customer orders and they weren't anything that was needed, but it was some variety for the channel. And it just kind of occurred to me one day, some of the contributors have been so generous. They have, like I said, in many cases more than paid for the cost of a computer. And who would appreciate a computer built by me more than somebody who's been so supportive? I think it would be a very, I would hope it would be a treasured gift, more so than the value of the computer, but that I hand built something on camera that is now theirs. And you know, if they don't think that's a big deal, that's fine. But I think if anybody would, those would be the individuals who would appreciate it the most. So it's all kind of tied in together, and that's why I'm doing it. And instead of doing the builds from unboxing to boot up in a case, I'm prepping the motherboards outside of the cases now because I've got so many to do. This whole process, what I'm about to show you, if it includes installing and updating and configuring Windows, is about 3 hours per board. And there are currently 20 boards here. So that's 60 hours of work. And it's mostly just the same repetitive tasks over and over and over again. And the reason I wanted to make this video today was to demonstrate a couple of different things. One will be the free Intel driver update utility and why that piece of software alone makes Intel a far better choice than AMD, and I'm going to prove why. 2, we're going to talk about BIOS updates and why they're important. 3, because lately I've been showing, like when Mitch comes over, we're putting the prepped motherboards into the cases. People just joining might say, well, I never saw you prep a motherboard. So I'm going to try and balance the videos where I'm putting the prep motherboards into the cases with a few videos of me prepping boards even though the board prep is exactly the same as it's been more or less for the last 20 years. Sure, the names of the parts change. Sometimes the socket design changes a little bit, but overall it's the same process. The biggest difference is we're using the M.2 drives now, which doesn't really complicate anything. In fact, it makes things easier than it used to be. Not that you'd have to use one, you could still continue to use a SATA drive if you want to. A non-M.2, just a traditional SATA, with a cable. If I don't make all these little clarifications, there's always some jerk online that wants to correct me because they assume I'm an idiot, which is probably the right assumption. But the problem is, in today's society, as far as I'm concerned, people are very quick to jump to conclusions without verifying any facts that they believe. In other words, if I fail to mention something or I state it not in the clearest manner, they will attack me. I consider it an attack. Instead of clarifying first, did you mean this, or did you, instead of verifying what they're concluding, they are assuming, and then they are concluding based on an assumption, and then based on that, they're getting more or less riled up, kind of offended. How can this guy be in business and not know this? Maybe because I said something incorrectly. These are live and unscripted videos, and most of the criticisms, in fact, I would say 100% of the criticisms come from people who do not support the channel financially, and none of these people have ever made a video and know what it's like, let alone done it without a script. So there's no sort of acceptance of, I know what he meant, right? They have to be very quick to stab you with a knife. That's what it's like. It's like they're waiting with a knife going, go ahead, Carey, misspeak. And instead of being helpful and corrective, they chastise. And I could do without those people. So thank you for not chastising me about the audio. Okay, it's interesting, isn't it? The people who contribute financially are nothing but supportive, and the people who take something that they feel they're entitled to and then critique it as though their opinion matters. If all of those people would just leave and never watch my videos again, we'd be happier. And if we just keep the supportive people, I wouldn't have any complaints about that. Also, those people don't seem to understand that I've been doing this for 30 years, long before they ever showed up. So I don't know who they think they're saving, but I somehow managed to get by without them. So the world's a strange place, isn't it? It's a strange place that someone so stupid and inept could be in business for 30 years all by himself without any help. And then somebody comes along, watches 5 minutes of a video, concludes I'm an idiot, and wants to read the riot act to me about how wrong I am about everything. And they themselves have done nothing and have given nothing and show no gratitude to the effort and value of what I provide here. So yeah, if they go away and never watch my videos again, I'm okay with it. It's preposterous, this world. This world has become crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I'm going to take this thing you've created out of your expense and time and offer it to the world for free, and I'm going to critique every detail about it to warn other people. Okay, and who are you, and what makes your critique of value to anybody but you? It's very strange little something going on upstairs. Okay, but this is what I signed up for when I started a YouTube channel. And the bigger the YouTube channel gets, I'm sure that me talking about it isn't going to make it go away. But for those of you who are supportive, I want you to know what's going on behind the scenes. There's so much going on when the cameras are off. If you really want to get a great understanding or a better understanding of what I do and what I have to tolerate, then I have to explain it to you, or you won't know. And then you won't maybe understand why some of the things that occur, or why I react in a certain way. You know, if you're used to getting attacked all the time and someone reaches a hand out to shake your hand, you might just sort of go into a defensive position instinctively because you're so used to when hands are coming at you, they're trying to hit you, that somebody reaching a hand out to shake your hand might instinctively respond in a defensive response. And that's the long-term effect of these trolls. I mean, that's effectively humorous to them. So I have to be self-aware of what's going on and make sure that I'm being correctly triggered and not incorrectly triggered. But the fact that people would find humor and entertainment out of triggering others is a part of this whole thing. So that's how it is. It won't change, but be aware of it. If you want to create a YouTube channel, there are people that will do outrageous things to get an outrageous response, and that's exactly what they wanted. And even though nobody in the world will understand what's happening, that person who did it to you will find great joy in the fact that you reacted to it. Welcome to the internet. Let's take a look here at what I'm missing in the chat room. Mark Baggett says hello. Hey, Mark. And Mortmont, hey, Mortmont. I want to get a computer to Mortmont too. But yeah, I wanted to talk to Rick Lakes to see if he wants one of these machines. He's been very generous. He's been watching the channel a long time. And I want to make sure he knows that I appreciate him, make him the same offer. Doug Nichols contributes $5. He said, I updated my BIOS thanks to you. Hey, very cool, Doug. Thank you for the support. Jason Wyrick says, generosity is contagious. You know, that was an idea I had. I had the same idea that generosity was contagious. And I thought, wouldn't it be cool to give away a computer to somebody who doesn't need it so that they can give it to somebody so that they can feel what that feels like? Because I think once they do that one time, they're going to want to do it again. So if I say, okay, here's a computer, they go, well, I don't need it. That's okay. You take it and you give it to somebody who needs it and let them feel that feeling, because it cannot be explained. I haven't quite figured the math out on this yet, but I can certainly see at some point where I'm in a position that I could do that as a social experiment. Maybe make a small little change, a little teeny tiny change in the world for the better. I think that would be very cool. Sierra's Best says, hello, Carey. I love your podcast. Hey, thank you. Speaking of which, Tech Vets will be live tomorrow night. We start at, what time do we start? I think we start at 8 p.m. Eastern time, which is 5 p.m. Arizona time. And boy, do Mike and I have some business items to discuss. Be sure and check that out. And Friday, Mitch Morrison is back, and he's going to join me to do another crazy computer build. Not sure which one we're doing. We'll figure it out, but it'll be something bizarre. Because, you know, Mitch is going to be here, so you know it's going to be bizarre. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's not bizarre because it's Mitch. Or is it? Okay. Looking through the comments, Blackwatch said, I missed you Sunday night. Were you strolling on the beach? I don't know what that means. Well, still looking in the comments here before I get started. Ghost Shadow said I had 5 stations set up on my workbench. Advantage when you have your own workshop. I had a 20-foot long workbench with outlets every 3 feet. Built garage with separate workshop on the end. When I worked as a computer technician, whether it was in corporate America or for privately owned businesses, the tech area, chances are they never gave a thought to how hot their computer runs or that they should have to worry about it. these coolers, like this is a Core i5 9600K. I don't have to put a cooler on this. You guys know this, right? Modern CPUs, modern Ryzen and modern Intel processors thermally protect themselves if they get too hot. And of course, it's going to affect your computer performance, but it's not going to damage anything. And that's what would happen in the old days, you know, in the 90s and even the early 2000s. If a CPU got too hot, it would crack. Well, now they've got built-in thermal protection. So if I want to, I can run a computer, any modern computer, without any CPU cooling at all, none whatsoever, and it's going to run. And yes, if I'm pushing the computer hard, it's probably going to start thermal throttling, and if it gets too hot, it'll shut itself down to protect itself, but it won't cause any damage whatsoever. But the way these extremists talk about cooling, you would think it was of critical importance. And it's just not the reality in the real world. In fact, I've got a video where I demonstrate that with a Celeron processor, where I run Prime 95 for 20 minutes on it without a cooler. It runs just fine. Sure, it's thermal throttling. Yeah, it might take a little longer to get the job done, but it is in no way, shape, or form causing any harm and doesn't justify spending, you know, gross amounts of money for extreme cooling solutions that are above and beyond what's necessary to make the computer work without throttling. So that's not to say these enthusiasts are conveying that correctly, because the way they make it sound is this is important and critical and you should do it too. And the reality is you don't need to do that in a basic cooler is all you're going to need. Same with thermal comp. These things are just little factors and variables. And that's why I say they're extremists who care about that stuff, because it's extreme stuff that most of us, not only do we not care about it, to be obsessed with the temperature of your computer. Unless you're an extremist and you're doing something outside of specification, but then that's your problem. Again, that's not something most computer owners care to do. So when you're watching the extremists, these enthusiasts, please keep in mind you're watching an extremist. Not what a lot of what they do will not apply to you unless you want to be an extremist, unless you want to have anxiety over things that really don't matter and spend a lot of money you don't need to on equipment you don't need to have, simply because for no other reason than it's important to you without any practical justification. That's your decision, but I just want you to understand the distinction so that you can make the right decision. All right, and again, we can run this. I can build this without a cooler, and it's going to fire up, and I'll install Windows 10. I can do all that without a cooler. It's going to be fine. It's not recommended because it will slow the machine down. And things like browsing the web, doing email, Word, stuff like that, your CPU's barely working. Where the cooler comes in is when you're really taxing the computer hard. Maybe you're doing some gaming on it or something like that. And sometimes the noise of the fans, it can get loud, and so people will spend more money because, you know, they have little delicate ears, you know. But they all have fatter wallets than most people I know, because most people I know just don't have the kind of money to dump on something because it's 3 decibels louder than the other one, you know. But that's just my world. That's the world of business that I'm in, and what I get paid to do. And nobody pays me for extremes. That's just strictly a hobbyist spend. And again, nothing wrong with it, but it's not normal for most computer owners. And I would hate for most computer owners to be misled into thinking that, that this should be important to them. So in any event, with that off my chest, be sure and check out the video of me running the CPU without a cooler, where I prove even running Prime 95 for 20 minutes without a cooler, it never once shut down, and it didn't cause any damage, nor would it. I could let it run for 2 weeks without a cooler. I could let it run indefinitely. It may lower the life of the CPU. Let's say the CPU life's about 70, 90 years. We might have taken 30, 40 years off of it, but you're going to have it long gone either way, you know, way before that happens, regardless. So again, nothing wrong with the extremists. Just know when you are watching an extremist to decide if what they're talking about is actually important to you or if it's just entertainment. I hate it when I have to I get calls from potential customers or customers that have seen or read something online, and I'm like, no, it doesn't apply. That applies to those people. It doesn't apply to you. Okay, so let's start with getting things prepped here, because I've got my monologue out of the way. I usually spend about the first half an hour of the broadcast just kind of warming up, saying hello to everybody, letting you know what's happening. Mitchell Morrison joins us. Hey, Mitch, good to see you, my friend. Blackwatch said he was asking Stealth Mode about the beach, not me. Oh, okay, well, I'm confused. That makes more sense now, since it didn't make any sense. Now it makes sense that it didn't make any sense because you weren't talking to me. Got it. Bernard C says he's buffering bad. Everything looks good on my end. I'm getting 0 drop frames. If you're buffering, it appears that it's on your side. You might try unplugging your modem and leave it unplugged for about a minute and then plug it back in again, or lower your resolution down to 720. See if that solves your buffering issue, or if anybody else might be using your internet connection. I don't know what speed your internet connection is, or if you're wireless and what your signal strength is, but that's, unfortunately, that's on you. That's not on me. Nobody else is buffering here. And I can tell because I can see what's happening in the broadcast side of things, and everything is in the green on my side. Okay, so let's keep going. Mortmont contributes $5, says, I just purchased Uncle Carey's Windows 10 optimizer. I will run it after the stream. Right on. DS3H. The reason I've selected this board is it's $69.99 on Amazon for a brand new motherboard. $69.99 with basically a $215 CPU. This is a fast CPU, very respectable. 16 gigs of RAM, which is the cheapest I could find. This Team Elite, it's black and red, sells for about $78. And a PCIe Gen 4 Samsung 980. It's very unlikely. The difference it becomes milliseconds at the end of the day. So unless you're doing enough of data transfers where those milliseconds add up to actual seconds, and those seconds add up to enough that you can actually feel it and notice it, then it would be right for you. But for most people, they're just chasing benchmarks. And I don't really have much interest in that outside of a few videos I might do for review. Some people are saying they've got some buffering, but again, that's not, I'm sorry guys, there is no buffering happening here. So I don't know what you're referring to, but it is not on my side whatsoever. My connection to YouTube's servers is solid, and I have had 0.0% dropped frames. That means I have a perfect connection to YouTube servers. So anything that's happening regarding buffering is related to either your modem, your configuration, or maybe YouTube's having an issue distributing the stream. That part I don't know. But I'm looking at a live feed of my stream, and it is also not buffering. So I have no idea if there may be some impact in some part of the world that you're in that's causing that. But and I appreciate you letting me know if it is buffering for you, so that I can just double check my side of things. But I can confirm to you, I have never had a better connection in the studio than I have right now. Usually I will see some dropped frames from time to time, and a buffering an event would cause massive amounts of drop frames, and I would see it here on my side. So if I put it out to YouTube and then YouTube's having difficulty getting it to you, then it's between you and YouTube, which could be your computer, your modem, your switch, your router, your network cable, your Wi-Fi, your ISP, all things between you and YouTube, or YouTube itself, for all I know. But my connection to YouTube, I have 2 connections, one to stream and one to watch the playback. And I can see the playback, which is about 60 seconds behind, and it has never once frozen while I've been looking at it. So if it had buffered, I haven't seen it. But again, I appreciate you guys letting me know, and hopefully that will resolve itself as mysteriously as it started. A lot of times people that have browser add-ons cause a lot of problems. Those browser add-ons have been the main source of problems throughout 2020. When customers were calling me with sites won't load, sites are freezing, things don't work right when they're browsing the web. And more than 90% of those complaints, it was some browser add-on. So I would recommend just disable your browser add-ons and see if that helps. Or use a different browser, download a browser you've never used, it doesn't have any add-ons, or use the browser in incognito mode to disable all those add-ons and see if it fixes your problem. John Lewis says it's buffering here in Brazil. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. There could be some parts of the world. Well, TJ says it's buffering in Texas. It's very strange. This is a very strange circumstance. Normally, when people so far apart, like Texas and Brazil, would experience buffering issues, that would be me to be able to confirm that there's an output issue. But there is no output issue, and I'm not buffering. I don't see it buffering at all on my monitoring of the playback. So I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about it. So I hope it, for whatever reason, why that has started, I hope it resolves itself. Okay, so I hope we can move on from that. If the buffering seems to resolve itself, let me know. Other than that, like I said, there's nothing I can do about it. It's just not on my side of things, guys. So the reason for the boards is I'm going to give these computers away to people that have contributed very generously over the last 12 months plus, and I want to return something back to them. But I also can't afford to send everybody, a $1,200 rig, and it's very expensive to ship as well. And of course, all these people are within the US. I still can't ship outside of the US for all the same reasons. So I thought, well, we'll use a good board. We'll use a good CPU, but it's not going to be, enthusiast level. It's going to be good though, really good. We're not going to cut corners. I'm not putting in a 512 gig, 2.5-inch SSD. I'm going to use a 1 terabyte Intel name brand. Everything is name brand. I'm not cutting corners. Even on the giveaways, I won't cut corners. And I don't want to put these in Corsair 200R cases because I like to use those for my paying customers, and I have a limited availability of those. I think I've got about 12 left. So Silverstone is going to send me a bunch of micro ATX cases that I can review and then also use to put these micro ATX motherboards in. And they're also going to send me 500-watt power supplies. And each one will probably be different, not the power supplies, but the cases. So you guys will each get a unique build that's unlike anything I built before. That will be yours as a gift from me. So think of it as a sculpture or a piece of art, or think of it as a token of appreciation, as a plaque or an award for me acknowledging your kindness and your generosity. James Prezi contributes $5. He said, I just played the video a minute behind and buffering stops. I'm not quite sure what that means. But you can refresh the page. Hit your refresh button, see if that helps you. Yeah, don't know what to tell you guys. So I don't know what I'm going to use for a cooler on these CPUs yet, because these are K processors and they're going to require a cooler. The reason I can't decide what to use is I don't know the depth of the cases Silverstone is sending me. So it might be something like a Hyper 212, or it could be something entirely different. I have no idea. So all I can do right now is just prep the motherboards and get them ready. And like I said, this prepping takes about 3 hours. And then putting the motherboard in the case and doing all the cable management is probably about 2 to 3 hours. Then it can be boxed up, sent out via FedEx, and go to its new home. And that's my process right now until I get caught up. I've got, I was talking to Mitch Morrison the other day about how many computers I've got. I think we counted, I think we got to 50. It was like 48 or 50 computers in total. And those include my personal computers, the streaming computers, things like that. So some of those aren't like, you know, computers I'm selling, but, you know, I still have the Nuka-Cola build. I still have the original Threadripper, Threadripper's Revenge. I've got the 20 I mentioned here. I've got 2 laptops. I've got the Xenos build, the big robot's foot build, the mini helicopter build. I've got the round computer that I built. I've got the old streaming computer, and it's a, what was that, an AMD 2700X or something? And I'm thinking I'll pull the capture card out of it. I'll pull, I don't know if I'll pull the, I have to see what GPU I've got in there. Clean the dust out of it, clean it up, put a fresh install of Windows, and offer it for sale if somebody wants to buy the old streamer. Nothing wrong with it, but this is my streamer now. And I still have, like I said, the Nuka-Cola, which was going to be a backup streamer. And then I also have Thready's Revenge, which is a $6,000 computer that could easily stream if I wanted it to. And then there was one more I had for streaming, which I can't remember right now. But what I would really like to do is get rid of 70 or 80% of these computers. So I'm just sort of down to what I need, and I can focus on new customers and new builds for clients. This is all channel builds. You know, most of this is all channel stuff. And I didn't realize how much I had hoarded until I brought it over here to Studio B, and I can see it all spread out in front of me. There's easily 90 days of work here. You know, if there's 20 computers and it's going to take me 3 days to do each one, you know, we've got 2 months right there. And that's assuming I'm left alone and can work every day, and I never have to run any errands or go to any appointments or deal with any local customers or deal with phone calls. So it's probably 90 days if I don't take on any more new work. But of course, new work will come in, so it's going to extend it. Anyway, I would feel so much better when I get all this stuff out of here. And just trying to find an appropriate way to distribute it or to sell it at a fair price. George contributes 15 Canadian dollars. He says, greetings, Mr. Holzman. Would like to ask your opinion on a Core i5 11400 CPU for casual video gaming, browsing, and some light work. Enthusiast channels do not quite help. Any input is appreciated. The 11400 is a very good value. I think the 11400 and the 11600. I think I used an 11600 for my friend Ron's build about 4 videos back. I was trying to see if I could upgrade a Z490 chipset, which was not built for the 11th gen. I wanted to see if it would accept the 11th gen after a BIOS update, and it did. And what it had was a core, it had a 10700 in it. And I think this 11600 is as good as that. It's pretty damn close, if nothing else, and it's like $100 cheaper. I can't remember anymore. It's all in the video. But yes, it's a good chip. And for what you're describing, it would work well for you for. I'd put a use life on that of about 4 years for gaming, because the gaming is going to continue to get more and more resource intensive. And if you're going to stay up to date playing all the latest releases, those AAA titles, it's probably going to be a bit underpowered in about 4 years. On the other hand, if you're going to play the same games you're playing now, then, you know, the system is good, 8 to 10 years in that scenario. But it's those games with very demanding graphics and resources that will determine how long that computer is going to be useful to you. But it's a good chip, and I do recommend that chip. It's one of the, there's really only 2 of the 11th gen chips I recommend, and that's that 11400 and I want to say it's the 11600. Those are the only 2 good ones. All the other ones, I'd say, avoid them. stick with 10th gen, even go to 9th gen. I just had a customer order a 9700K 2 days ago. No, yesterday. Yesterday was Monday, right? It was yesterday. We talked about the options. We talked about the price difference. And they said, yeah, the 9700K sounds perfect. It's on Amazon for $295. And we can get a motherboard for about $110. We throw 32 gigs of RAM in it with a 1 terabyte drive. He also wants a DVD drive so he can watch movies and stuff. Throw it into a Corsair 200R with a 500 watt EVGA power supply. Those power supplies are $40. I can't believe it. An EVGA 80 plus rated white, which is like the lowest 80 plus efficiency, but $39.99? That's a great deal. I'd say buy them up before they change their mind. Power supplies have been hard to get and they've been expensive. So, you know, a $39.99 for a name brand power supply at 500 watts with an 80 plus efficiency rating, that's a steal all day long. If I log off after the stream and I see Amazon hasn't sold out of them, you guys are missing out. Because, you know, you can buy a power supply and stick it on a shelf. Even if you don't need it today, it'll still be, you know, it's not going to go bad sitting on a shelf. However, you should probably check it right away to make sure it's not, you know, dead on arrival. But apart from that, you can let a power supply sit on a shelf, I better say that carefully, for like, I don't know, 10 years. And then say, oh, I need a power supply, grab it, and it'll just work. So it's one of the few computer components you can sort of hoard and use as you, whenever you need it, and buy it when the price is good. And right now, $39.99, 500 watt EVGA. I should be like a sponsor for EVGA because I really like their customer support and the quality of their product. And I just can't believe it's that cheap. Rick Lakes contributes again, $10. He says, thank you for the offer. I have enough computers here now. I will let you know in a month or two. Oh, fair enough, Rick. But maybe you know somebody that might need a computer. And like I said, I would very much, if you've never given a computer to somebody, if you've never had that experience, it is an amazing feeling. And so even if you didn't keep it for yourself, if you knew somebody who could use it, I would still gladly send it to you. So if you want, reach out to me, or if you want to wait a couple months, whenever you're ready, you let me know. No pressure, but thank you. Let's go back to wide angle here. So now, yes, the 10th gen chips are running cooler than the 9th gen chips. The 11th gen chips are a whole nother ball of wax. They're not using the same technology as the 10th gen. So, but there's a video, I think it's called What Nobody's Talking About the, you know, it was back when the 10th gen chips first came out, and I was doing the Prime 95 tests and measuring the heat, and they were consistently lower in temps across the board, regardless of the cooler. And I did a little research online. I think if you even just Google 10th gen Intel running cooler, there's a number of articles from like Tom's Hardware and Non-Tech explaining that these new chips are in fact cooler and why that's happening, the change in the technology in the 10th gen. And I was puzzled why that news was sort of buried and that nobody was really talking about it. Because I think that's, with the obsession about heat, with people on the internet, with the extremists, you'd think they'd latch on to that, but apparently not. Dom's talking about hiding or unhiding somebody. So Dom, if you're in blue, you have the power to hide individuals in the chat who are misbehaving or not acting in a way that would be in line with our code of conduct here. And if you move your mouse to the right side, the very right side of the chat room, next to anybody's post, you're going to see 3 vertical dots. And if you click on those 3 vertical dots, you're going to see a menu. And that menu is going to offer you options such as hiding a user or reporting a user, et cetera, et cetera. And if you've hidden a user, then those 3 dots are still going to be there because it's going to say you've hidden this person. And then instead of the option of hiding, the option will change to unhide. And that's how you hide and unhide people in YouTube chat rooms if you have moderator status. So it's those 3 vertical dots that will appear only if you move your mouse on top of somebody's, well, basically anywhere in the chat room. But the 3 dots are in line with whoever your mouse is on top of their message or their name. Those 3 dots are on the far right side of the screen next to the message that your mouse is over. Jason Wyrick says, yeah, they're much cooler, back to the 10th gen chips, and he says they're freaking awesome. Billy wants to know, what motherboard do you prefer use in your own personal rig? Well, what you can see right here, this is my own personal rig. This is my birthday build. And if you want, you can search YouTube. Carey Holzman birthday build will pull up this video where I assemble this computer. And I'm primarily using GIGABYTE boards for myself and my customers. I won't use anything I don't sell customers, but I will use things I won't use for myself or customers in giveaways, right? Because if I'm giving it away, nobody should have anything to complain about. Like, if you don't like it, give it back. You know, if there's something about the gift that you don't like, return the gift. It's totally returnable. But since no money is changing hands, I'm not going to go through the added expense of more expensive parts or more extreme parts or more upgradable parts for gifts. However, they still have to be quality parts, but they can be not as expandable, not as upgradable, you know, not have as many ports or as many RAM slots, you know, not have the flexibility of the builds I would put my name behind and sell. So I will only use what I would sell. And then when I give away, I still have a very high bar as to what I'll give away. A lot of what I give away is still far better than anything you can buy pre-built at the store. So what I consider to be something below my company standard is probably far above what many individuals buy at this, you know, pre-built from Dell and HP and other manufacturers. So I think everybody's going to be very happy with these builds. It's the same cable manage. It's going to look clean. They're just parts I don't normally use. And because of that, when I review the Silverstone cases that they're sending me, I'll be reviewing them in a mindset of giveaways, in a mindset of build quality, instead of in a mindset of what I use this for my business, right? So that's going to be a completely different review, because instead of gauging whether or not this particular case is good enough for me to sell to my clients with their needs, I'll instead be thinking, is this a good enough case to recommend to an individual home builder to save some money, and maybe they like the design better? Is it easy to work on? Is it built well? Does it have the bells, whistles, and features that are equivalent to the asking price? Is it a value? And that's a completely different set of requirements, which is going to make me more gentle on the review, on the critique of it, because I don't need it to withstand the same vigors of quality, which, you know, again involves what's the gauge of metal, are the corners rolled, or is it, you know, how expandable is it, are tools required to, or drive rails or drive sleds, stuff like that. I hate in business because people lose those parts always, 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 always. And it delays a build, or it delays a repair, or it delays an upgrade until we can find replacement parts. So the 200R, it's all toolless when it comes to putting in 2.5-inch or 3.5-inch drives, and it can hold a total of 8 of them, which is more than most cases do. And it can do so without any screws, without any drive rails, without any tools whatsoever. So upgrading, repairing, anything, there's nothing in my way that I have to wait on. I don't have to count on the customer to find the box I gave them 4 years ago, and they don't know where it is. Especially if it's a business and employees have changed and they don't know what happened before they got there. This is the first they've heard. They just called me to fix it. Now I have to find the parts, order them, wait for the parts to arrive, and then reschedule an appointment once I have the parts. That's a pretty strict requirement that a lot of cases are going to fail. But if you're just a home user and you want to build your own machine, and you understand that drive rails are going to be required and they're included, and you understand that there may be some cabling limitations with cable management, and you don't care about stuff like that, well, you know, this will be a great opportunity for you to see a bunch of cases I wouldn't even normally review, because what would I do with them? Even if I liked them, what would I do with them? So in this giveaway process, I'm now also expanding my horizons, because it's quite possible, although I don't expect it, it is possible that there may be one or more of these Silverstone cases that not only meet my expectations for business use, but could exceed them. But I will never know that if I never have one here on the bench. I can't just look at it online, and I can't just watch videos on YouTube in most cases to determine if it's appropriate for my business needs, for my business clients. So that is a pretty strict, you know, I'm trying to think of the words, a set of requirements that few cases can meet. So like I said, my attitude will be much more relaxed on these because the requirements are much lower. All right, so just now reaching an hour, and I haven't started the subject of this video, which is, of course, prepping this motherboard. I want to demonstrate when I prep this motherboard, it's not going to boot. Let me show you. I prep the boards all the same. It doesn't matter if you watch one of my videos from 2008 or a video from last week. The prepping is putting in the CPU, putting in the RAM, the cooler. Now I also add an M.2 drive on all of my builds, and all of that goes on to the motherboard. The motherboard is the single component of the system that essentially provides how can I explain this? Every single piece of your computer connects to your motherboard. Everything. There's nothing in your computer that doesn't connect to the motherboard. Maybe you have a case fan, but you probably don't even need it. When we talk about CPU, RAM, M.2 drive, keyboard, mouse, monitor, video card, SATA drives, USB cables, microphones, speakers, power supply, all of it connects to the motherboard. And the motherboard is what connects those things, allows those things to communicate with each other. It's a very important part. Some people refer to it as a main board. Some people who are unfamiliar with the term wonder why it's a motherboard and not a fatherboard. Oftentimes in our culture here in the US, I can't speak for other countries, if there is a leader, the highest up boss level, that would be the mother of, right? So the mother of all cars, the mother of all spaceships, or we might refer to the mothership. That is the main one that goes no higher than that. That is the queen bee. And so that's where the term comes from, motherboard. But main board would also be an appropriate term. Just, it's the main board. All the other boards are useless. Your keyboard, your mouse, your monitor, your speakers, your microphone, your RAM, your storage is all useless without a motherboard. So that's why it's called a motherboard. You've been really active today, little guy, keeping me distracted. So in the box here for the CPU, we've got documentation. There's a little Go Faster sticker. We call them a Go Faster sticker because if you put this on your computer, it'll make it go faster. Do you get sarcasm? Or you ever seen a race of cars a car race? And if you've ever watched a car race, have you ever seen the car that wins the race be barren of any stickers? Every car that wins any car race, like on TV, has stickers on it. So obviously, anybody could conclude the stickers make it go faster. That is not true. But hey, the way the world thinks today, let's just go with it. You know, if you can't beat them, join them. All right, if I can get the CPU out of its packaging, you'll find, I think this would be an interesting experiment. When I shut up and actually do work, it does happen. You should take a look at the clock on the bottom of YouTube and see how much time it takes me to get the parts out of the box versus how much time it takes me to install the part into the motherboard. This process is so easy. It is often more difficult to get the parts out of the box than it is to actually install the parts properly into the board. I don't know why, but if you think that building a computer is intimidating or it's difficult, no, not compared to getting the parts out of the box. Let my YouTube videos be witness to that. By the way, well, the building of computers hasn't changed much over the years. The packaging sure has. Packages are far more difficult to open today. And despite all the concerns of the ecology and the environment, it's only getting worse with more wasteful materials and completely unnecessary packaging. It's only been getting worse. Okay, CPU is in. So this is the RAM I've got here. We can pop that in here real quick. This is a TEAMGROUP Elite. Let's see if I can bring it up a little closer for you to see that. It's 3200 speed RAM, $78. These are 8 gigs a piece for a total of 16. You don't have to install RAM in pairs, but the system will perform better if you do. But you also have to make sure you skip a socket. Don't put them side by side, or you'll lose the benefit of the performance of 2. But if you only bought one RAM module, you can just use one. Your system won't work as quickly as it potentially is capable of. That's all. You can build a computer wrong. This is how easy it is to build a computer. You can completely build a computer wrong, and chances are it's still going to work. Now, it may not run as cool as it could. It may not run as fast as it could. But you'd be surprised how forgiving these machines are when it comes to, you know, what customers bring me. And I can often sort of be open-mouthed at, that works? So, you know, when you watch a lot of these enthusiast channels, they make it out like if you don't do it exactly like this, the world's going to explode. No, don't let those people scare you. They're exaggerating. In most cases, if the computer doesn't work because you did something incorrectly, it's generally not permanent damage unless you used brute force on something and physically damaged it. But otherwise, plugging something in the wrong place usually is no more than a minor inconvenience that's super easy to fix. And even if you build it wrong, in most cases, they still boot and they still run. They just don't run as good as they could. And if you've never built before, and it's still faster than your old rig, you might think you built it right, because to you, from your perspective, it's still fast. But to me, I'll say, wow, why is this thing so slow? It could be running faster. So that's like the worst thing that can happen. Michael McFarland contributes 125 Filipino pesos. He says, I need a go faster sticker for my 125cc motorcycle. It just won't go faster. Surely the sticker will help it. It's worth a shot. Maybe paint some flames on the side. Have you tried that? Thank you for the contribution, Michael. Oh, we got a little tiny documentation. Just watch this thing just unfold, and then you can't even see me anymore. Does anybody have a microscope I can borrow so I can read my directions? Now the Intel chips have, most of the Intel chips have built-in graphics. If you're buying an Intel chip and it ends with the letter F as in Frank, it's going to require a graphics card. So if you're looking to buy a chip and you notice one is cheaper than the other, so you're like, oh, I'll go for the cheaper one, you might not be getting a graphics card, which is fine if you're planning on supplying your own, but they're so hard to find right now. I've talked to a number of people who have made that mistake, and in most cases, CPUs are not returnable. So, you know, if it happens, you weren't paying close enough attention. On the other hand, unless an AMD CPU ends in the letter G, which very few do, you will absolutely have to provide a graphics card. So it's another way where I feel Intel is superior in that for Intel, it's normal to have a graphics card. And it's unusual for it not to, built into the CPU. For AMD, it's the exact opposite. And given the graphics card shortage, that gives the advantage to Intel. The Intel driver update tool, AMD offers no such tool. That gives the advantage to Intel. The availability of Intel chips versus the non-availability of many AMD chips gives the advantage to Intel. So I hope AMD comes back, you know, better prepared so that they can not just keep up with Intel. I'd like to see AMD lead the way instead of following. It's not going to happen overnight. And of course, Intel's had a lot of missteps that they're still recovering from too. But with availability, pricing, and the GPU shortage, Intel's a better choice now than ever before, from my perspective. Of course, you might feel differently, and you're allowed to. You don't have to agree with me. And if you want, you can start your own YouTube channel and pontificate about why AMD is better than Intel. And then be sure and send the link here. We support each other, and we support varying opinions without taking it personal. Except the K processors from Intel also have graphics cards, unless it has an F. If it's a KF, then it's a K processor with the F designating no graphics card. If it's just a K without the F, if there is no F, then there is a graphics card on the CPU from Intel. Only if there is a letter F on the CPU name. So if it's a K processor, it'll be KF. KF means it's a K processor without a graphics card. If it's just K with no F, then it does have a graphics card. Like I said, the vast majority of Intel cards all have graphics cards. It's pretty hard to find those F processors. There's not as many to choose from. And the exact opposite is true with AMD. This is the Intel 665P 1 terabyte SSD NVMe drive. And these were on sale, I think, for $80 or something. So I bought like 5 of them. Wasn't quite sure what I was going to do with them. Now I know. This is why I do this. I've seen these going for about $110, about $30 more than what I paid. So I usually will buy whatever the limit is. I think the limit on these was 5. So anyway, some of the stuff I'm using here today costs more today than when I bought it, for a number of reasons. Are you sure charge? Are you sure? Change with a motherboard about this. I'm sorry, I don't understand. I understand those words, but not in that order. You know, these built-in graphics cards are not the terrible thing that the extremists make them out to be. I understand if you're a gamer. It's hard to take gamers seriously because what they're doing is spending money unnecessarily for luxury items they don't need to have because they're bored and they have the money. And so when they're crying or whining about frame rates or GPU shortages because they want to play Cyberpunk or whatever, Fortnite, or it's really hard for me to feel sorry for them because it's like Ford Motor Company had to shut down their factory, so has GM and Tesla, because they're having a hard time getting the chips that control like power steering and braking systems and stuff like that. If you can't get the chips, you can't build the cars. So the whole assembly line gets shut down. People get sent home and told not to come back to work for a few days. And if you're an hourly employee, that's all money you're losing. And that's something to whine and complain about. Okay, don't need that. Michael Dane contributes $20. He says, here's to help with the shipping of your computers. Hey, thank you, Michael. And John Jack Wilson also sent a very generous contribution, as did Peter Laycock. And yeah, these are about $100 each to ship. So if I'm going to ship 10 of them, I'm in at over $1,000 in shipping costs. So I appreciate that very much. Yeah, it would be great if somebody was local and I could just hand it to them. It'd save me $100. So just going to put the M.2 drive in. This motherboard only has one M.2 slot, so we don't have to worry about, on a lot of these socket 1151 and socket 1200 motherboards that have multiple M.2 slots. Oftentimes one is full speed, one is half speed, because of the limitation of bandwidth available from that chip or from that chipset, depending on which chipset you bought. This is a reason why sometimes I select Z-series boards, even though no overclocking is going to be selected. Z-series boards generally, when you go from, well, honestly, from one, like let's say there's a 300 series, an Intel 365, an Intel 370, there could be an H370, Z370, Z390. What those mean is those higher numbers represent more connectivity options. So maybe more M.2 or faster lanes or more USB 3.2s. You might have just a few 6 USB 3s on one chipset, but you could have, let's say, or even 4. I think this one's got, yeah, this one's got 4 plus the 2 that are for the front of the case for a total of 6 USB 3s. We go to a higher chipset number in that 300 series, we could make that 10. So if that's important to you, you're not just looking at overclocking. Overclocking is also something, but it's not the only thing the Z adds to the chipset. At least on the Intel side of things. AMD has a similar thing, but it's their own thing, so they don't get sued by Intel for ripping off their ideas. Even though Intel mostly ripped off their CPU naming convention from BMW. Another day, you know, Audi did the same thing, by the way. So is that a 3 series, a 5 series, 7 series BMW? Of course, BMW also added the 4 and the 8. Anyway, that's the board prepped, okay? So we've got, let's see if I go to that close up again. We have the RAM, the CPU, the M.2, all installed on this board. And I need to put a cooler on here. But here's the thing, as I mentioned to you, the cooler, I don't know about the cases. Silverstone's going to surprise me. So there may be a variety of dimensions of these cases. I just don't know until I get them. So I can't permanently mount a cooler on here. And if I put a cooler on here, you'd think I got to put thermal compound on it. Then I have to clean the thermal compound off the cooler and off the chip, and it's messy and it's wasteful. Well, you know, just having a cooler without any thermal compound on it is going to be more than adequate for what we're doing today. And in fact, it would run for years this way, to be honest. It's going to run a little warmer. To the extent that I could even not put a cooler on it at all, and I can do what I need to do today. It's going to be fine. However, this is meant to be temporary. And while there are a lot of extremists and enthusiasts out there that would put thermal compound on a temporary cooler, I think it's a foolish waste of compound and time, not to mention a messy cleanup that's totally unnecessary. I also don't like that Intel has given us a round copper core. This is a 10th gen CPU cooler, but the CPU is square. And the argument is, well, the thing that's hot is in the center of the square, not the edges. But the top of the CPU, that's, I can bring this back up again. This metal square, that's called a heat shield. And what it's supposed to do is disperse the heat. So it's going to be really hot in the middle, and it's going to be really hot on the edges too, because that's what it's trying to do. The more surface area we can spread that heat across will cause the chip to cool down faster, and that's why that's not a lid, it's a heat spreader. The entire heat spreader gets hot, and therefore your cooler should cover for, you know, if you care about your cooling, if you're one of these obsessive extremists, then you want a cooler that makes contact with the entire cooler, or you're not getting all of the possible cooling benefits simply because the manufacturer of the cooler was too cheap to give you more copper. But speaking from an engineer's perspective, this is all you need. All of that other stuff isn't necessary. But it does feel a little, pardon the expression, half-ass to give me a round cooler for a square CPU. I don't know. What do they say about pizza? It's my favorite food cut into triangles. It's a round food cut into triangles and put into a square box. It's like a geometry problem. I'm just disappointed Intel did a half-ass job on the cooler. It wouldn't have been that much more to give us a square copper base that fit the exact dimensions of the top of the heat spreader. And nobody knows those dimensions better than Intel. But nobody knows the engineering specifications of what's the minimum requirements to get by to save manufacturing costs better than Intel. So they're not necessarily giving you the best product. They're trying to get you the best product for the price. They're trying to keep the price down so that it doesn't cost you as much. But at the same time, you're not getting the best performance. And in this case, we're talking about cooling performance. But it's a good enough, right? That's effectively, if marketing were true and honest, Intel would market this as Intel stock coolers. They're good enough. If they'd advertise it that way, I'd have no problem with it. At least they'd be honest. They're not bad. They're not terrible. They'll do the job just. But if you push them hard, they're not enough. So again, I'm just going to set that on top with no thermal compound. It's fine. It'll never overheat with what we're doing today. In fact, I can run Prime 95 on it with or without thermal compound. It'll still overheat. I can pretty much guarantee it. Maybe I could test it. But all overheating does is it slows the chip down. It won't cause any harm. No permanent damage. No blue screens, nothing like that. Just slows down. You may not even realize it. You might just think your computer's working extra hard. That's all I have to do to power this bad boy up. So I've got one of these 500 watt, $39.99 power supplies at Amazon. EVGA, 500 watt. I should put a link to that so I can make some commissions from you guys buying it. Because if you use any of my Amazon links in my video notes, and you buy anything as a result of going to Amazon from one of my links, I make a very small commission. But you don't pay anymore, and your shipping, nothing changes for you as a buyer. It's just Amazon shares a portion of the proceeds with me, that's all. And I can't see who bought. I can only see what was bought. So there's no way for you to, like if somebody buys something and says, Carey, did you see this, in your list of things that were bought? It usually takes about 48 hours for it to appear. and then I would have to physically go and look for that item. And if it was in the list, I would assume that's you, unless there were multiple purchases. And maybe it's you, maybe it's not you. I don't know, because I can't see who is buying. So there's no privacy concerns to worry about. Okay, so the power supply is hooked up. I need an on-off switch to turn this thing on and off. So I got this little handy-dandy homemade front port umbilicals. And you'll notice I've got everything hooked up. I've got the hard drive LED, the power LED, the reset switch, the power switch, and even a little speaker is in here. Now, I don't normally like to use the speakers and the beep codes. I find they're often inaccurate. But there's the little speaker. I just wire tied it here. It's all going into one of these GIGABYTE G connectors. And I had to get a small drill bit and drill a couple extra holes in it because Asus boards, for some reason, have those pins that other manufacturers don't have, and I want this to universally work on, you know, all micro ATX and ATX motherboards. And so far, it's worked on everything I've tried it on. Once I added the additional holes for the Asus boards. So let's go back to wide angle. And how's the close-up camera working? Do you like it? Do you not like it? Is it annoying? Is it? I don't know. I'm trying to make it appear like, since I don't have a cameraman, trying to kind of emulate that a little bit. What do you guys think of that idea? Should I give up on it or keep doing it? With the board switches hooked up, I'm going to give it video. I've got an HDMI cable right here. And we'll go from the motherboard right here. This is the thing I like about this board. Even though it's only $69.99, it's got a DVI video output, it's got a VGA video output, and it's got an HDMI video output. So no matter what kind of monitor you own, you don't have to buy any. More expensive motherboards generally drop the DVI and VGA and only give you a single HDMI out. So you pay less for that one and you get more options. You know, not everybody's running HDMI, guys. Just saying. Once again, there's a lot of extremists out there that will turn their nose up at VGA and DVI. And the people who own them are like, I don't know what these people's problem is. My monitor's great. And I don't want to have to buy another one or buy an adapter. Well, this board keeps you in consideration. Okay, switch on the power supply. Come around here. And we're ready for our first boot up. Oh, I need a keyboard and a mouse, don't I? Let's grab a keyboard and a mouse. This will be fun because I'm always grabbing the wrong keyboard all the time. And it wouldn't matter if they were different colors and different shapes. I just tend to use the one that's in front of me without thinking about it. Just old habits die hard, man. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, here we go. Is it gonna boot? Guys are liking the close-up cameras. It seems pretty universal. Everybody likes it. Thank you for the feedback. I appreciate it. This is my first time using it this way, and I can, in my mind, I'm picturing a way that I can expand it further with other cameras and other angles, and they can all be hooked up simultaneously. So it's fueling my ideas. Be careful. You shouldn't encourage me. But you guys are saying the close-up camera is dim. Yeah, so the thing about photography that you should be aware of is that when you zoom in with a camera, it doesn't matter if it's a digital still camera or a video camera, when you zoom in, the cameras require more light. That's why the camera that's close up appears dimmer than the camera that's wide angle. Now that can all be adjusted with manual adjustments, but if you leave it on automatic, you will notice a light difference. But you'll find that to be true on any camera you ever hold in your life. going all the way back to the invention of the lens. As the lens, and especially the more telephoto you're going, the more you're zooming in, the more light you have to have. I'm looking at my close-up camera right now, and it went out of focus. And unfortunately, it's on autofocus mode, and I cannot put it into manual focus unless I have somebody standing where I am or standing at the camera to hit the button. Because the minute I walk around to tell the camera not to focus to turn the autofocus off, it will have already adjusted the focus from where it is now. It's a pain in the butt. But maybe when Mitch is here, I'll stand here and have Mitch push the button for me to lock the focus. Because as long as I never move that secondary camera, its focus point should never change. And I don't need autofocus turned on. Vern says, need boot screen now. All right, yeah, let's find out what's going to happen here. Let's go to camera 2. Let me put myself up in the corner, if I can. Maybe, oh, that's not me. That's a different input. Sorry, guys. Camera 1. I could put camera 1 here. If I want to be super clever, I can put camera 2. I'm sorry, this is camera 4. I can put camera 4 here. Hey, look at this. It's all synchronized. Ooh. I'll reach over, grab the power button here, hit the switch. Nothing happens. Probably left the switch on the power supply off. No? Uh-oh. Oh, there it goes. I don't know what happened. I don't know what that's all about. I'm going to lean in so you can hear it. Did you hear it? Let me grab the wireless camera. Let's go all crazy today. Let's get 4 cameras going today, with the computer output being a camera, the thing that says no signal. I've got the wireless camera here. Let's get that booted up, because I want you to see this. And I wasn't prepared for this. So we'll turn on the wireless receiver, and I can never find the power button on this thing. Eventually, I'll get more comfortable with these. See how the camera went out of focus? That's what I'm talking about. Drives me crazy. I can't lock the focus on that by myself. I need help to do that. So I want to turn that off because it's going to drive me crazy. Okay, and then I got to plug in. Oh, it's beeping. Okay. Let's see how I can do this here. Let's go to camera input. Is this 3? Bear with me, you should still have audio. There we go, it's working. Good, good. But it's not full screen, is it? Let's go full screen. Yeah, now I can see. And let's back the zoom out of there. Okay. So we're getting no video output. It's a brand new build. All the parts are new. You'll see that light flashing on the top side of the board there. I think that's going to be your left. See the light blinking? And when the light blinks, you'll hear the fan sort of slow down and speed up. If I'm quiet, you'll hear it. No, it's all hands off. I've not touched anything. It's turning itself on and off, and it's basically trying to initialize everything on the board, and it's getting stuck somewhere. And I'll do my best to try to explain this, but when somebody contacts me and has this symptom, and I don't know them, and I don't know their history, I don't know their technical capability, I don't know where they bought their parts, the possibilities are endless. But I know me, and I know that I buy good quality parts, and I buy it from a trusted source. And it seems highly unlikely that any of these parts are bad. So what do you guys think the problem is? If you want, what do those beeps mean? So a lot of people ask me, Carey, why don't you listen to the beep codes when you diagnose your computers? Well, why don't you guys, anybody who's willing, look up what those beep codes mean. I'll wait and you tell me. And it's just going to loop around like this endlessly until I shut it off. Let me go back to camera 1. And we'll go full screen on camera 1. Okay. Just put that there. I think we're not done with that yet. I'm going to cut the power here. Derek says your BIOS is out of date. Well, what does that even mean? BIOSes don't really care about the date. If it were the BIOS, what specifically about the BIOS? Is our chip so brand new that the BIOS doesn't recognize it? Reset the CMOS. It's a brand new motherboard. It's never been used, factory sealed. And if you use the same parts I'm using on this build, you can repeat this error that I'm showing you. Can you explain why and how to fix it? So Jason Wyrick and Daniel Jones and Daniel Navarro and Rockin' Rob and Paul 1961 and Aaron Brown are all pointing at memory. Michael Dane thinks it's a CPU failure, but then he says he doesn't think so. Silva says 5 beeps is a graphics card. So here's the question I have for you. How many beeps was it? Because it kind of cuts off on the last beep. You almost get like a half a beep at the end. Is it 5 beeps or is it 4 beeps? What does 4 beeps mean? What does 5 beeps mean? Terry says 5 short beeps is a post failure. Normally this could indicate a faulty or failing component. Well, how useful is that information? This is why I don't resort to beep codes. They're often very, very vague. Give me a second here and let me, I've got the camera running on the close-up camera, when I moved it, I didn't plug it back in, so it's been running on batteries this whole time. Let me plug that camera in before the batteries die on it. All those little details matter. Thankfully, I'm my own production assistant, and I'm terrible. I'm going to fire myself. This is a great example for me to explain why I don't use error codes, beep codes. I normally don't hook up the speakers. I don't believe anything a bad motherboard is telling me to be true because the motherboard's bad, right? Something, not literally bad, but something is causing the system to not work. And if I'm asking a non-working system, why aren't you working? How can I believe what it's telling me? If the system was working, then I would believe it. But if the system's not working, how can you trust any information coming from the system? So, Jason wants to know, do you know what it is, Carey? Yes, I started this video by saying I have already experienced this. And the reason I titled the video this way isn't because I'm clairvoyant. It's because when I was prepping motherboards last night, I encountered this exact error and I had to figure it out. And I thought, well, since I have 4 of these, all matching hardware, I'll use that as an opportunity to teach the audience who's interested, and as a way, because we get people in here that are just like, oh, I knew it was that right from the beginning, okay? So if you're one of those people, tell me what it is right now, because otherwise they're lying and they're trying to make it out as though they knew what the problem was after I've shown the solution. So now, before I show the solution, I want to find out which of you in the chat room here live with me knows your stuff. Because if you're right, I'm going to make a mental note of who you are, and I will listen more closely to your advice when I'm making mistakes. Because when I make mistakes, there may be people in the chat room correcting me, and I just don't believe them. But if you're right about what the solution is here, I will have a great respect for your technical ability, and I will certainly take very seriously any recommendations or corrections that you have in future chat participation. Jewel the Jet says, I agree, change the RAM to other slots. If I change the RAM to the other slots, it will exhibit the exact same behavior. If I remove a RAM module, so I'm only running 1 RAM module, it will boot. But if I put in 2 RAM modules, it won't boot. So with Frankie B says, memory, try 1 at a time. With 1 memory module, it will boot. Either one, doesn't matter. I've gone through this last night. So if you want me to prove it, I will, or you can just take my word for it. We can move the RAM, no difference. We can just put 1 RAM module in pretty much any slot and it'll boot every time. If we put the other RAM module in, it won't. If we take the 1 module that works and put in the module that doesn't, but take out the one that does, then the one that doesn't will work again. SK Gaming says the 5 beeps is processor failure, troubleshoot CPU and motherboard. That may be what GIGABYTE says as a generic explanation for 5 beeps. However, there's nothing wrong with the CPU or motherboard. And there's nothing wrong with the RAM. And there's nothing wrong with the power supply. All of these parts are good parts. And if I take a RAM module out, it will boot. But if I put another one in, it won't. You can reset the BIOS all day long, won't make any difference. Tweaks says dual channel isn't working. Tweaks is correct. So how would we fix that? Ghost Shadow says a memory check error is 4 beeps. Well, it should be a memory check error. That's what it should be, but it was clearly more than 4 beeps. Jeremy says different RAM speeds will conflict. Well, these are both identical RAM modules. The same speed, same specs. Christopher says to plug in the VGA or DVI port won't make any difference. Same exact results. Tweak says the BIOS is out of date. Explain to me what you mean by BIOS is out of date. What does the date have to do with anything? Luis says change to a different RAM manufacturer. If I change to a different RAM manufacturer, it'll boot just fine. In fact, I can use the same RAM manufacturer, just a different model of RAM. What speed of memory? The speed of memory will go up to 3200. So when you see memory speed, remember that's the maximum speed. Right now we're not running at 3200, we're just running at whatever the BIOS defaults to. There is no XMP. At this point, it's a brand new motherboard, new out of the box with factory configuration. XMP will never be enabled out of a box on a brand new motherboard. Never, ever. Daniel says this one is tricky to diagnose. No, it's actually quite simple. Barely an inconvenience. Tweak says the version of the BIOS is not set up to date with the current hardware. Do me a favor, Tweaks. I like where you're going with this. You're on the right path, my friend. You're just having a problem putting it into words. Go to the GIGABYTE website and or you just go to Google and type in the model of this board. So this board, if I turn the box around here so you can see it, this is a B365M, B365M like Mary, space DS3H, so D like David, S like Sierra, the number 3, the letter H. Then I want you to look at the BIOS versions. Look at the latest BIOS version, and to the right of each BIOS update, it'll say what that BIOS, what changes were made in the BIOS. Can you tell me, looking at the, because we don't know what BIOS this motherboard has, we can't boot. So can you tell me what when the latest BIOS was released? Was it over a year ago? When was it? And in the highlights of what that BIOS is addressing, that BIOS update, is there anything about RAM? Bernard said, this is why I love your teaching methods, Carey. You make us think. Oh, it drives a lot of people crazy. A lot of people are like, why can't you just tell us the answer? Well, I'll tell you why. If I just tell you the answer, you're going to keep asking me more questions indefinitely. If I feed you a fish, you're going to ask me for more food tomorrow. I want to teach you to fish so you can be self-sufficient and empowered. And if you don't like that, you're on the wrong channel. Daniel says it's not a CMOS battery problem, is it? No, there's nothing wrong with the CMOS battery. There's absolutely nothing wrong with any of the hardware. The power supply, the RAM, the battery, the motherboard, they are all brand new, freshly unboxed. Well, the power supply wasn't unboxed on this video. I unboxed a couple, I don't know if I unboxed this one on video, but you saw me unbox the CPU, you saw me unbox the RAM, you saw me unbox the motherboard. Cut through all the tape and everything necessary. Everything is brand new, never used, not returned, stock configuration. What's the problem? Chris L says BIOS, the latest BIOS is F6E, and it addresses RAM compatibility problems that are known. GIGABYTE is aware that some memory, I think from Kingston, and remember, even though this says Team might be buying their memory from Kingston. I don't think Team makes their own stuff. Or at least they're not making the chips themselves, they're buying the chips. And GIGABYTE has been made aware of a strange compatibility problem that exists with some Kingston RAM. And so this BIOS update addresses it. The model of the RAM, the model of the CPU, and the model of the motherboard are all listed in the video notes below the video, so you can get all the details that you'd like. James Prezi writes, from the website it says, improve DDR compatibility, work around beta BIOS to improve Kingston DDR4 2666 stability concern on some specific memory chip suppliers, and it adds NTFS support for some flash stuff. This is about the closest that I can make it for you to have hands-on real-world experience by allowing you the opportunity to put your best guess forward. it's important, and I think you'll find that there's a reasoning behind your suggestion, right? Sometimes on the internet, people just throw out any idea regardless if it has anything to do with the problem. They just grab at straws. In the military, we'd call, shooting a bunch of bullets in random directions, hoping you're going to hit something, is called spraying and praying. This is not what a sniper does. I want you to be, as a tech, I want you to represent more of a sniper mentality where you're focused in on a specific target. And you're not just randomly shooting around hoping at some point you'll hit something. So when you're making suggestions about how to fix a problem, it helps to understand why those beeps misled you. Many of you went completely down the wrong path because you allowed the beeps to guide you down a path that was completely wrong, which wasted your time and your energy. This is why I don't listen to those beeps. I don't hook the speaker up. All it does is it adds unnecessary data that is, in more times than not, in my personal experience, irrelevant to solving the problem. I use my mind. I don't have a card I plug in and it tells me, oh, there's a problem here or there. I was thinking of buying one of those cards just to show you how pointless and worthless they are, but it seems pointless and worthless for me to spend the money to prove it to you. If you don't believe me and you want to waste your money, who am I to stop you? It's not hurting me if you spend your money on nonsense. Go for it. This is your best diagnostic tool right here. And if you put together logical, if you say, okay, Carey, let me think about this logically. Let's break it down into some critical thinking. If we know all the parts are brand new, and if we know the board is going to boot with one RAM module, regardless of which RAM module it is, there's nothing wrong with the board. There's nothing wrong with the memory sockets. It doesn't matter which socket we use. There's nothing wrong with the CPU. There's nothing wrong with the power supply. What's left? BIOS update regarding RAM compatibility. And you're going to see this a lot more on AMD systems because it's a less mature platform. This is a very rare thing to see on an Intel platform. It's so rare, I decided I should make a video about this. This never ever happens on the Intel platform. It just doesn't happen. So I'm just blown away to see it. Let me show you something. Fire Marshal Bill, let me show you something. Which RAM module would you like me to remove? Would you like me to remove the one closest to the CPU? Or would you like me to remove the one furthest? Let's see if I can show you the board. Can I hold it up? Would you like me to remove this RAM module furthest from the CPU or this RAM module closest? Either one that you'd like me to remove will result in this machine booting, even though I've been live this entire time, even though I've unboxed these parts in front of you, I can predict exactly what's going to happen because I've already gone through this last night with a different, like I said, I've got 4 boards that are all going to be configured the same way. And so because all the parts were purchased together, I'm sure all the boards are going to have the exact same problem. So you want me to take the one furthest from the CPU out? That seems to be the consensus. So here's the RAM module right here. I've taken it out. I'm going to set it down where you can see it. And let's go back to camera 2. Is it 2? I can't even remember which input is which anymore. I think 2 is the motherboard. I think. Okay. Now I already know some of the feedback I'm going to get on this video. Oh, you're talking down to people, you're being arrogant. I'm being a teacher. That's what I'm doing. I am instructing you in the same way that teachers instructed me. They give you a little bit of rope. They say, show me what you can do with this rope. They allow you to do what you're going to do. Some of you may do what's intended, some of you may not. And I will encourage those on the right path, and I will correct, not make fun of, I will correct those on the wrong path, and I will demonstrate why. This is not about arrogance. This is not about proving anybody wrong. This is a form of training that was used on me. So this is how I know how to teach people, because this is how I was taught. If there's another way to teach this that's as effective and clear to everybody equally, regardless of experience, then I don't know what that is. And I apologize if it comes off as what some people may interpret as arrogance, but I imagine if you were 8 years old sitting in a classroom and your teacher was speaking to you, you didn't think that teacher was arrogant. And I would appreciate that same consideration. Even though I am not talking to you like you're 8 years old, that's on you if you think I am, because I am most certainly, I have audience of all ages here. I have younger folks, middle-aged folks. I don't know who's watching, so I'm trying to pick a level of language that is equal to all people regardless. And so while some people have more experience than others, those people might consider it condescending. And if I talk at a more advanced level for those people, then I am considered to be arrogant or trying to impress people by talking over them, by being pompous. They might. So how people interpret the education is quite interesting. But the good news is it is completely free, and if you don't like it, you can get a refund. So let's turn it on and let's see what it does now. With one memory module, you guys said to take out the memory module furthest from the CPU. That's what I've done. Let's turn it back on. Again, it may not turn on right away. This may take a little while. So right now, the first time you boot a motherboard, it has to train the memory, right? It has to like try these different things. And that first boot is always going to take a while. And what happens is people get frustrated. They go, oh, it's doing it again. The light just flashed again, made no difference. And then they shut it off. And the test was not yet complete. They assumed incorrectly that they're right back to square one because they were impatient. You have to wait 90 seconds or up to 90 seconds. Be patient before you come to false conclusions. Verify the evidence before moving forward. So the behavior of this board is exactly the same, but it just beeped once, and now we have a post screen. Since we have a post screen, now we can check the version of our BIOS, and if necessary, upgrade the BIOS. Now, you'll notice the board immediately turned right back off. That's because it has successfully booted to what it believes is the right training for the RAM and CPU, and now it'll boot faster from this point forward. Watch this. If I turn the machine off right now, shut it off, I'll even turn the power supply off and let it sit. It's already trained. It remembers. So when I turn it on, now you're going to turn it on. Now it's going to just immediately boot like it's supposed to. Ah, magic. Okay, so when you do that first boot, you've got to give it time to do that training. Now, we're in the BIOS. Oh, I like it when things work like it's supposed to, or I'd look like a complete idiot. This is live and unscripted. I want to remind you, I have no control over what this board's going to do. These are clearly predictions I am making based on experience from last night. But even though it's a different board and it's physically different RAM, it's all the same model and it's all new. So I can pretty safely predict what's going to happen. But it still could surprise me. This is a live video, and Murphy's Law, is better than ever. So in the meantime, we are now where we need to be with one memory module, okay? Now let's take a look at what BIOS version we've got. If I just go over to this version, my picture's in the way. Let's turn that camera off so we can see what's happening here. This tells us that we have the previous BIOS version, which is F5. And you'll notice the date is from nearly 2 years ago. That's a pretty old BIOS. And so what I'm going to do, no, let me cancel that. I didn't mean to Remember I said I was going to keep using the wrong keyboard? Well, that's just what I did. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to Gigabyte's website here on this streaming computer. Let's take you back over to camera 1 so you can see what I'm about to do. I'm going to go here to the streaming computer, and we're going to go to Google, and we're going to type in the model number of the board, B365M space DS3H. And the first result is Gigabyte's homepage, which I'm going to click on. Now I'm going to share the screen with you so you can see what I'm doing from this point forward. Where is the window capture? I have to find it. Okay, there it is. Okay, so here is my browser. And I want to go to this support link right here. This is for the support for this board. Not this support up here. We don't want that one. We want this one right here. Then I'm going to select that I want the BIOS. You see there's chipset, LAN, BIOS right there. And as I look through the list of BIOS releases, I should be able to find the BIOS I've got now. If the BIOS I've got now isn't listed, I might be on the wrong motherboard. For example, they make a B365 without the letter M, and it'd be very easy for me to make that mistake, but the BIOS numbers won't be the same. So there's the BIOS we have now. There's the F5 BIOS. Now this is F6E, but I don't see anything that says that that's a beta BIOS. If a BIOS is beta, there is usually the word beta. A lot of people falsely believe that if a BIOS, like from Gigabyte, ends in a letter of the alphabet, that would be beta. But that's simply not true. When a BIOS is beta, that means that they're not quite certain it's ready for everybody yet, and it hasn't been thoroughly tested. Somebody in the chat said it was a beta BIOS, but I don't see anywhere where it says beta whatsoever. This appears to be a full release BIOS, and it's called F6E. Somebody once told me that they talked to somebody in technical support, and the person in technical support told them that if the BIOS ends in a letter, that's a beta BIOS. But the problem is, when you talk to people in technical support, you're talking to the lowest form of technician. In fact, they're not even technicians. They're mostly just people who answer phones and basic questions and read scripts. They have, in general, no computer experience whatsoever, and most of us know more than those people answering the phones. And those are not people to believe. Those are not engineers. Those are not technicians. Those are receptionists. So you essentially asked a receptionist and then believed what the receptionist told you. I don't see any indication that this is a beta BIOS. Let's download the BIOS file. With the BIOS file downloaded, I will extract it into a folder here on the streaming computer, which I'm sure you guys can't see now because it's opening different windows. Inside of the folder, that should be the folder right there. You'll see we've got a number of files, but we're only interested in one file, and that's the BIOS itself. It's hard for me to determine which window I'm in here. Give me a second while I figure this out. Yeah, okay. So we have the BIOS file that ends in the BIOS version F6E. Then we have this autoexec.bat, this flash executable file, and then this readme text. Now the readme text file, if I bring that up, is nothing more than command line switches for using the DOS-based eFlash executable file. I don't flash BIOSes that way. This is not 1997 anymore, so there's no reason for us to go old school on that. Instead, I'm just going to right-click on this file, the BIOS file itself. If you're not sure which file is the BIOS file, just look at the file size. The biggest one is the BIOS. That's 197, 16,000. Yeah, that's it right there. So we're going to copy that file by right-clicking and choosing, why is copy not an option? Am I in the zip file? Where's copy? Right here. There's copy. All right. Everybody with me? Have I lost anybody? Let's go back to camera one. Camera one. Camera one. There I am. BIOS flash drive. One of the things you'll notice that this BIOS also does is it adds NTFS support for QFlash. What that means is if you were to use a flash drive that was formatted using NTFS as your file system, and you wanted to flash the BIOS won't see any files on your flash drive because it will not read the NTFS file system. But with this BIOS update applied, future BIOSes will be able to be read off of a flash drive with the NTFS file system. And because flash drives are so big in capacity these days, they're often formatted in NTFS to, because if you want to copy a file larger than 4 gigs in size, but if you have a movie, let's say, that's 8 gigs, it'll tell you you don't have enough room, even if you have more than enough room, because you're in FAT32 file system, or the FAT file system. And it confuses people. Like, how can I not have enough room? That doesn't make any sense. Well, the error message is not worded well. Essentially, NTFS allows you to remove that file size limitation that's inherent with FAT32. But the older the motherboard is, the more likely it will be unable to read anything but FAT32. So for FAT32, the maximum I think you can format is 16 gigs, or is it 32? I can't remember what it was, but the smaller the flash drive, the better. This is a little 2 gigabyte flash drive, and I keep it empty. I keep it blank. And the purpose for its existence is for me to take a downloaded BIOS file, place that single file on this flash drive, plug this flash drive into the affected motherboard. Because the flash drive is small, it's formatted probably with FAT or FAT32. So the BIOS, every motherboard is going to read this regardless of how old it is. And I don't have to worry about those compatibility problems with NTFS and all that other nonsense. This works universally on old boards and new boards. Once I'm done flashing the BIOS file, I will erase it off of this flash drive so it will be blank again. Why do I do that? The reason I do that is one of the ways a BIOS flash could fail is if you pick the wrong BIOS file. Now, in theory, the BIOS should be smart enough to say that's not the right BIOS for this motherboard and not allow it. But I don't trust it to work. So I don't give myself any options, okay? There's only one file on here. So when I plug it in, there's only one file I can pick. I cannot make any mistakes because there's no mistakes to be made. And then every time I flash another motherboard, there will only be one file to pick from on the flash drive. This reduces the odds of me selecting the wrong file or making an error, clicking the wrong thing, even by mistake, unintentionally. This keeps things simple, straightforward, and the results are predictable, which is that it just works every single time. I'm going to take the flash drive, I'm going to plug it into the streamer, and I'm going to paste that file I just selected copy on, that 16 meg file, right onto the flash drive. It's already done. So the speed of the flash drive doesn't matter because the files are so small, who cares? This is a USB 2 flash drive. I don't even have to eject it, just pull it out. Then I take it and I'm going to plug it in to any USB port on the motherboard I want to flash. Any USB port, doesn't matter. Still with me? I'm trying to make this as clear as possible. There is nothing to fear. You don't have to worry about it. There's all these extremists running around screaming that the sky has fallen because an acorn hit them on the head. This is ridiculous. This is a routine process that I have done over the last week. I've done this more than 15 times. And over the course of the last 30 years, I've done this thousands of times. I haven't had a BIOS update fail in over, well, certainly over a decade, because the technology is improving. People don't seem to understand that. They think all the rules and the reasons we did stuff with technology 20 years or 30 years ago still apply today, when in fact a lot of it doesn't apply today because the technology is getting better and better and better, and those kind of mistakes just aren't allowed anymore. It's in the manufacturer's best interest to not allow you to flash the wrong BIOS on the board to create a tech support call to cause an RMA. That is absolutely avoidable with the evolution of coding and error checksums to verify that the BIOS is the right BIOS before it allows you to even load the BIOS, let alone flash it. Now that wasn't the case 20 years ago, but that's the way it is today. And so all those mistakes that could have happened 20 years ago cannot happen today unless you are working on a 20-year-old system today. That would be the one exception. And I have to say that because otherwise, you know, there's going to be somebody on the internet pushing up their glasses and going, well, actually, I had a BIOS fail yesterday, so saying it can't happen today is not true. And I go, really? What system was it? Oh, well, that was a socket 775 motherboard. I go, hold on. That's a 15-year-old. How old is that board? Oh, it's actually about 22 years old. Oh, it's 20. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up. But you know, it's like, well, what did you think was going to happen when I said that? Did you think that I was implying that you could go back in time and things were better? I love the internet. It's awesome. Thank you, Squirrel. All right. Let's flash the BIOS now. Can I flash the BIOS? Let's go back to this screen. Okay, so I've left the computer on this entire time. I've never turned it off. It wouldn't matter if I did or I didn't. So what? Either way, it doesn't matter. And here we are. Nothing has changed. It's exactly how it's been. This is live. It's unscripted. It's unedited. What you see is what you get. So you can experience, you know what to experience if you want to emulate what I'm doing here. Down at the bottom of the screen, there's a little down arrow right in the middle. If I move the mouse to it, on Gigabyte Motherboard, you'll see a menu comes up. And one of those is Q-Flash. I want Q-Flash. I want to update the BIOS. And there's no formatted drive. You know, the M.2 drive was never formatted or partitioned. So the only storage device that this computer can read or has an option to read is the flash drive I just plugged in. Otherwise, there's no other formatted storage. So, again, this makes my job real easy. I don't have to come down here and select a drive. There's no other drive to select from unless I had formatted, partitioned and formatted the M.2. But since that's the only drive and that's the only file, how can I possibly screw this up? You can't. You double click it, it's going to read it, and then it updates. That's why I have this process, ladies and gentlemen. There is a method to my madness, and you know, OCD can be very beneficial in certain lines of work like this because it helps keep things consistent, predictable, accurate, and successful. And when we follow these protocols and these procedures, we are statistically elevating the likelihood of success, less wasted time, less confusion, and meeting our expectations. Now, the BIOS update on this board is going to take a little bit longer than, let's say, a more expensive board, perhaps. But it's not excessively long. It takes about 4 minutes, maybe. I mean, you can time it. Again, this is unedited. This is live, and you can see exactly what it's going to look like as though you were doing it yourself. This is the closest thing I can offer you to you getting off your butt and doing it. So I'm going to let that run, and while that's running, I'm going to step over here off camera. Since I'm not on camera, you can't see me anyway. And I'm going to get another Gatorade because all of my tongue wagging has made me parched. There's some debate as to whether or not this BIOS is a beta, but I don't know where anybody is seeing the word beta. If you would please tell me where you see the word beta, I would greatly appreciate it. Otherwise, you're just making that up in your head. So we can find out the evidence if you would just point out where on the GIGABYTE website it identifies F6E as a beta BIOS. Now the system is rebooting all by itself. I'm still not touching anything. It's all hands off until the system reports it can't boot, or it takes us back in the BIOS. It depends on the motherboard. It may do either one. The system is just turned off a second time and restarted again all by itself. This is normal. Even though we're seeing a post screen, it still may not be done. Don't touch anything until it either says there's no bootable device or returns you to the BIOS. Just let it do what it needs to do. It's just shut itself off again. This is normal, nothing to be concerned about. Different motherboards may reboot once, may reboot twice, may reboot 4 times. Let it reboot, whatever it needs to do. Stay out of its way and don't interrupt it. Boom. Now we're getting a message that there's no bootable device found. That means the BIOS update is now successful and complete. As you can see, there was no risk of losing anything, oh no, we're flashing a BIOS, it's so dangerous. Oh yeah, well, look at me, I'm Mr. Danger. I might return a VHS tape without rewinding it because, you know, I'm a risk taker. Now, I'm going to turn the machine off. I'll just turn it off at the power supply. I'm going to pull the flash drive out. I'm going to erase the file off of there a little later so it'll be ready for the next lesson. I'm going to take the RAM module and I'm going to place the RAM module where it once was located originally when we did all this, back in the furthest slot. And now I'm going to turn the machine back on. So everything's exactly the way it was. Let's go back to camera 2. Okay, so now we're on camera 2. I'll power it on. Oh, I have to hit the switch on the power supply. Okay, now I'll power it on. I think my power switch is broken. Hold on a minute, I'm having a problem over here. Let's go back to camera 1 for a second. For some reason, I might have broken my power switch. Either that, or I don't have something seated properly here. Give me a second here, folks. This is live. Yeah, I think this power switch is busted. I have worn it out. The only other possibility is that this cable in the power supply isn't all the way in. So let me push that all the way in. One more try. Power. Nothing happening. So that has nothing to do with anything that we just did. I don't want you to freak out or say, oh no, I do believe I might have to repair this. And now I'll have to for sure. Let's turn the switch back on here and let's just short it out by hand. Nothing I recommend you guys do, but we can just simulate being a switch by going to the power switch pins and shorting them together. See? Yeah, so the switch is busted. Now let's go back over to camera 2 and let's see if it posts this time with the 2 RAM modules. All we did was load the latest BIOS. Once again, it's going to retrain the memory, so as we're looking at the no signal screen, it may take a little longer, but then boom, it boots, and now we can see the full 16 gigs of memory is installed, and it's now working as it should. And again, this is very, very common on AMD systems. This is to be expected on AMD builds, unless you do careful research over the RAM and motherboard compatibility checklist before you build. But with Intel, you could pretty much pick any RAM and any Intel chip, and it just always works, except in the rare occurrence that it doesn't, which is why, again, I wanted to make this video. Because this is so rare, it's a great opportunity to show you that if you encounter this problem, this is the diagnostic technique and this is why. I'm not just guessing. I'm not just picking things out of thin air until I run out of ideas. I'm thinking of ideas that are more likely the cause based on the evidence of what I have, knowing that the parts were brand new out of the box. Nothing was a return part. And I know how to build computers, so I know it's not me. You know, you double check to make sure everything's seated. Of course, I had done that. Make sure your power cable's all the way down. Make sure that you put your 8-pin CPU or your 4-pin CPU power, whichever you've got. People forget to do that. If you've got a discrete graphics card and it needs power, a lot of people forget to give it power. Any of those could cause the exact same symptom, but perhaps different number of beeps. But those beeps were completely useless, weren't they? So when it comes to that little power switch, I'm just going to swap it out. But I have other power switches. You can go on Amazon and you can buy, where am I? You can buy a little bag of power switches. This one has 2 switches in it. More switches! And as you can see, they're just bare bones. There's no button on them, right? They just, ooh, this feels a lot better. But it requires more pressure to push it. The other one's really loose. So let me put this on here. I can't see those pins. They're so tiny, I need my glasses. I need my glasses and I need my shoes. Boom. Okay. Now, if I turn the power supply back on, I bet this will spin right up. Yeah. Oh, I'm a genius. How is he so smart? Okay, now, this is my Windows 10 flash drive. So I'm just going to cut the power. I'm going to plug my Windows 10 flash drive in. Oh, I guess you can't see on that camera, can you? Plug the flash drive in right here, my Windows 10. You see it? Switch back over, power supply back on, fan spinning, go back over to the output, which is this one, and it should boot into the Windows 10 installation process. But wait, there's more. You already know what's going to happen next, don't you? Come on. You already know, don't you? So let's just turn it off and let's pretend I installed Windows, because it's all go to install fine and I have to get Windows updates. I got to activate Windows. And then I do a little few tweaks to Windows, you know, just preference things that I do for my clients. You know, I install VLC. I uninstall all the Xbox crap. I uninstall Spotify. I uninstall Skype. I uninstall that little Office stupid thing they install that's not actually Office. I uninstall the mixed reality portal. I uninstall the movies and TV app. I uninstall the Groove music app. I let VLC replace those 2 things. I will then run a disk cleanup after all the updates have been installed, after Windows has been activated, after VLC has been installed. I will run the storage sense, configure it to run automatically every 30 days, and then I will further clean the hard drive one more time by right-clicking on the C drive, going to Properties, and clicking the cleanup, and then clicking the button that says Cleanup System Files, and then checking every single box and hitting OK, and that clears out a few gigs of space. So when the customer gets their machine from me, it is lean and mean and a fresh install with fresh drivers. Oh, the Intel driver update utility. I have to get to that, but I cannot get to that until I get Windows installed. But that's kind of boring, isn't it? I think it's boring. So let's make it interesting. Let's take the heatsink off. Oh no, you can't do that, Carey. What about your temps, man? What about your temps? What about them? Watch. I don't want you to misunderstand what I'm doing. I am not telling you you do not need a heatsink. If you think that's the message of this video, then you're not listening. What I'm telling you is your system will run better using a proper heatsink that meets the minimum technical requirements defined by the engineers who developed the chip and the circuitry. Going above and beyond that is only necessary if you're an extremist, period. So if you want to drop 100, 200, 300 bucks on a cooler because it can spin a little cube inside of it, hey, it's your money, don't let me stop you. But I don't want you to think you have to. You don't have to, unless you're an extremist. So here's the fan. There's no fan. Now, a lot of motherboards have a protection built in that if the fan stops spinning, it may not boot the computer. So I'm going to plug the fan in. So the motherboard says, okay, there's a fan, and it won't give me an error. Now that's an option. In most motherboards, you can turn it on or turn it off. And I think by default, it's turned off anyway. But to play it safe, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to plug this in, and I'm going to leave it where you can see it spinning. And there's no heatsink. What do you think is going to happen? What's going to happen? This is my Windows 10 flash drive. I'm going to plug it in any USB port. Any USB port. Now you're going to want to see both screens, right? So I will put myself in a corner here. Here we go. And I've got my USB flash drive, as I mentioned, the Windows 10 install. Here's the power button. Put the power supply back on. Hit the power. Fan is spinning. Can you guys see the fan spinning? And the system's going to boot. As you can see, I'm going to make the window a little smaller just so you guys can see what's happening on the Windows installation side of things. And you tell me when the CPU is throttling. If you think the CPU is throttling, you let me know. And tell me why you think it's throttling, because there's no way you're going to know. All you can do is guess. You will not, no human being can tell based on a Windows 10 install when that CPU is throttling. Watch. Listen, the fan is getting louder, right? Because the motherboard's saying, oh, the CPU just got a little warm. I'm going to crank the CPU up, the CPU fan up a little higher. It's kind of funny. Are you enjoying that? Do you feel cooler now? Same process. I don't have a product key is what I'm going to select here. And Windows 10 Pro. Next. Listen. Hear the fan? There's our 1 terabyte Intel 665p. I'm going to move my microphone. I want you to hear the fan. Do you notice the fan gets faster and slower, even though it's not attached to the CPU? That means the CPU is cooling itself down. I think that fan is running full speed right now. Is it throttling? How would you know? You'd have to run some benchmarks. You'd have to run some third-party software. Who in their right mind goes looking for problems that they don't have? That's like an insane thing to do unless you're just so bored you think it's entertaining to search out problems that you don't know you've got. And don't let me get in your way, but this emphasis on how important it is to have some over-the-top cooler about how inefficient and terrible these stock coolers are is profoundly devoid of full disclosure, which is that these fans are adequate to do the job, that 90% of the people who buy computers will never know any difference. But the people that make third-party coolers would like you to believe you need one. And if it's if it's over the top CPU cooler, like the cooler in the streamer with the spinning cube, that's $250. This fan that I've disconnected from Intel was free, or I should say at no additional cost. It came with, well, not with this CPU, it came with a different CPU. All the K CPUs don't come with coolers because they assume only extremists would buy K CPUs, and extremists do nothing but complain. So Intel's like, go buy your own cooler since nothing we do is good enough. And so therefore you have to provide your own cooler. So which cooler do you buy? If you look on the market for coolers, oh, there's so many to choose from. How can you make a decision? They'll all work fine for most people, unless you're an extremist. So who makes videos about computers? Extremists do. Do you make videos about computers? Probably not. And do you know why you don't? Because you're just not that into it. So the people who make videos about computers are extremists by their nature. Should you be listening to an extremist unless you want to become an extremist, as far as learning from them? Because a lot of what they're teaching you has nothing to do with you unless you want to become an extremist. Okay. And if you do, I'm okay with it. I'm fine with that, but I'm afraid people don't know. They think the information they're getting from the extremists is 100% applicable to all people. It is not. Don't get me upset. Look, we're still without a cooler here. Did my Windows 10 install seem to take a long time? Did it seem like it was going any slower? No. Now, if you're an extremist, I don't have a problem. I think extremists, anybody who likes computers is okay in my book. But if you're unknowingly or unwittingly or unintentionally implying to people that these things that you're showing them that are extreme if you don't identify that, if you don't say to your audience, hey, what I'm about to do is really for extremists. This isn't for everybody. In fact, it's not even for 10% of the people. But this is what I like doing, and this is why I like to do it. And if you enjoy that, then, you know, more power to you. But that's not often what they do. Often what they do is they imply that this cooler is superior, and therefore that's what you want. Well, no, no, no. Oh, listen, the fan just got quiet again. Why did that happen? Oh, now it's ramping up again. The only reason that fan slows down is because the CPU temp has gone down all by itself by throttling. Hey, there's Peter Laycock in the chat room. He contributes 50 pounds, as always. Hey, Peter, thank you so much. He says, good morning, Carey, and everyone in the chat room from Bonnie, Scotland. Hey, Peter, good to see you, my friend. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Now, this is new. We now have a blue screen error we would not normally have. And to deal with it, the system's going to shut itself off, and then it's going to restart. I think it's going to restart. Let's see. Now, this would happen if the CPU reached a temperature where it deemed it was no longer safe to operate, where throttling was no longer doing enough to keep the CPU safe from damage. So what likely happened here is a bit unexpected, but normal, in the sense that the unexpected part is that I didn't expect that the CPU would ever get that hard, because it's a Windows 10 install. If we were gaming or doing some hard work, that I could pretty much guarantee was going to happen. But I can pretty much guarantee that happened because the CPU got so hot that it said, hey, I'm throttling, I'm not cooling down, so I'm going to just shut myself off before any damage happens. Now, I want you to remember this. And the reason I want you to remember it is because when people talk about heat on their computer, they talk about it in terms of life and death of the components. And that was true decades ago. But with modern components, they self-protect. And that's why people can put no thermal compound down, or they could put the wrong thermal compound down. They could put too much thermal compound, and the system just keeps working. They're very, very tolerant. Now, I'm letting the machine sort of cool down before I do anything, because I'm assuming the reason it didn't come back on is because it's in a heat situation. But it's not permanent damage. What I'm going to do, just for the sake of comparison, we have a timeline of how long it took for us to get to that error. And I want to see if we can get to the same stage of the Windows 10 installation and compare how much time it took us to get there. In other words, what I'm saying is, if the CPU was throttling, then it was going slower. And if it was going slower, then that Windows 10 install, that blue screen happened after the first reboot, right? It was doing the first reboot, and when it came up, it blue screened. So if we look at from the time I started the Windows 10 install until its first reboot, and we have a stopwatch and we look at that, then in theory, if I do it again with the heatsink on it, we should reach that first reboot point faster. And when it reboots, it shouldn't blue screen. But the question is, how much faster? See, this is the other thing people don't seem to understand, or they don't care. When a CPU throttles, it's temporary, it's not permanent. And it's going to be throttling and not throttling and throttling and not throttling. And for most people, they don't know it's happening because the computer's not that much slower. It might result in a few seconds longer. Rarely will it result in minutes or hours. On the other hand, we might just reach that exact same point of the install exactly at the same time, because the bottleneck may not have been the CPU throttling, but rather the data throughput of the USB to transfer the data to the SSD. In which case, the CPU throttling would have no impact whatsoever on how much time it took. I honestly thought we would get through the entire Windows install without a blue screen, but I was wrong. I'll tell you what I'm not wrong about. Nothing got hurt. We didn't damage anything. So this emphasis of how important cooling is only true if you're an extremist when we talk about these excessive cooling solutions, like, you know, this thing. This is excessive. It's like a $260 NZXT Z63 cooler. It's very expensive. I can break out a $20 Hyper 212 Evo from Cooler Master, and it'll be so much better than this little plastic thing. Well, it's metal and plastic. So let's go full screen here on camera 1, because I want you to watch what I'm doing. I want you to realize and accept that this is an entirely live and unscripted video, and I have no way to predict that I didn't just fry that CPU. I didn't just toast my SSD, right? This is unedited and live. But I know the technology, I understand the engineering, and I know that if it's doing what it's supposed to do, there will be no damage. So I was going to pull the flash drive out. I'm not going to change anything. All I'm going to do, and without thermal compound, I'm going to put the heatsink and fan back on just like it was. Okay. Good. You with me? You following what I'm doing here? I need a heatsink and a fan. It's hot in here. The power supply, I'm switching it off, and I'm going to switch it back on again, just to reset the power supply, whether it's needed or not. It's an old tech habit. Just like to start fresh and clean. And then I'm going to hit the power button. Fan is spinning again, and let's go back to camera input 2 so we can see that the system is booting and we caused no damage. Now that's going to want to continue the Windows 10 install from where it left off. Only this time without a blue screen. But rather than do that, yeah, this is where we got a problem before. Rather than allow this to continue, I'm going to cut the power, and I'm going to start all over from scratch again. So I'm going to turn the power supply off. I'm going to flip the power supply back on. I'm going to turn the motherboard back on, and I'm going to press the F12 key to instruct the motherboard to boot to the flash drive so we can start the Windows 10 I'm going to reformat. I'm going to remove all the partitions off the storage drive so it's like new again. And we're going to start all over again because I'm interested in how much time it takes to get to the first boot with the heatsink versus without the heatsink. So you can see firsthand, instead of believing what people tell you, you can see it on a live video that's unscripted and unedited. So we're going right back through the same process. And the only thing I'm going to change is when it shows me the destination drive that's available to install Windows, it's going to have, let's see, Windows 10 Pro, it's going to have a bunch of partitions now. Should be the next screen, custom install. So we have 3 partitions. We're going to delete these 3 partitions. 1, 2, delete. And this completely wipes that M.2 drive. It puts it back to out of the box where it's completely wiped clean. No partitions and no format. This is what it said the first time we went to install Windows 10. Okay, so what I'm going to do, because this is affecting the amount of time it takes, is let's start the timer from this point, from getting here to getting to the first boot. If you go back in the video and time it, take a look at the clock, see how much time it takes from the time I hit next. As soon as I hit this next button down here, the installation process is going to start. Once that installation process is complete, it's going to want to, it will restart the computer. So from this point to that reboot, we're going to calculate how much time that's going to take just by looking at the clock below this video. And we're going to compare that to what the clock said without the heatsink and see if there was any difference in performance whatsoever. Here we go. And while that's happening, I will put myself in a corner. Bear with me for a second. It's going to go full screen, and then I can grab it. And I keep grabbing the wrong screen. Where's the screen? Here it is. Now I can put it right up here. Pizza Man says, when did thermal protection start being integrated into CPUs? Intel introduced it on the Core Duo line of chips back in 2006. I want to say 2006. And then AMD introduced it on their Ryzen line of chips. I don't know, because I wasn't paying attention to the FX processors. I don't know if any of the FX processors had it, but certainly Ryzen has it. Now, do you have any questions? Do you have any concerns? Are you afraid that I'm giving people bad information here? Do you think that I am doing people a disservice by letting them know that these people that make a big deal about their temperatures are not normal people? I mean, when I say that, I don't mean it in a mean way. Oh, we're already rebooted. I mean it in the way that their priorities are not your priorities, because they don't see the world the way you see the world, okay? A lot of people see a computer as a tool, and some people see a computer as the most important thing in their life. And I know you know some of these people in your life. And if you ask somebody who prioritizes all the little minutia of anything, if it's a computer, if they're like an extremist when it comes to a car, if they're an extremist when it comes to camping, they're always going to recommend very high-end and expensive equipment. In my experience, it's over-the-top ridiculous. And they believe everybody should have that. Those probably aren't the best people to get advice from unless you are like that. Most of us aren't like that. So you can appreciate their enthusiasm and you can appreciate their urgency, but know that it may not apply to you. That applies to them. That's all I'm trying to say. They're not wrong, but neither are they right for you. They're right for them. what they prioritize, what they find urgent is their choice. It's their value system. Whether or not it's practical is off the table. That doesn't matter. This is their passion. Is a computer your passion? For most people, it is not. A computer is a tool. It's an important tool that they rely on, but they don't obsess about it. I was talking to a customer the other day, and they said, Carey, listen, I need a computer, but I don't need a graphics card. I don't want to be playing games because I don't want to be sitting in front of this computer for hours. I really don't want to. Sitting in front of the computer for hours sounds like torture. So I will not be gaming. What I want is a computer that I can get what I need done as quickly as possible, as reliably as possible, and I don't want to have to upgrade it or have it repaired anytime soon, so that I can live the rest of my life that doesn't involve computers. But the part of my life that does involve computers, I want to get through that as quickly and as reliably as I can, because I don't find any enjoyment beyond that need of what I need the computer for. I'm not looking for other excuses to find other uses for my computer. I use it enough, and if possible, I'd like to use it less. Is that person an extremist? Perhaps. Perhaps they're an extremist in the sense that they want the time away from the computer to be cooking. They enjoy cooking. They could spend 2 hours preparing a meal that may take another 45 minutes or an hour to cook. And they would much rather spend 3 hours on that one meal than 3 hours in front of their computer. Are they wrong? But telling somebody like that they should buy a $260 cooler and monitor their CPU temps, unless you disclaim that this is really for extremists only, they might believe you. And then they call me and they say, well, what about the heat, Carey? I'm like, what about it? Well, I saw some videos online, and I'm like, oh boy. So now you've seen for yourself. Now you know you've watched a live, unedited, and unscripted video where anything can happen, and the hardware has performed as it was designed to perform. And while a cooler is, of course, necessary, it doesn't have to be extreme. If you want it to be extreme, you certainly can. I'm not telling you not to. I'm just stating you don't have to. A lot of people are under the false impression, and they have inferred from these videos and articles that heat is an issue. It isn't. If you overclock the computer or use it out of spec, well, of course, there's going to be some consequences to that. These people have no interest in that. Most people who own computers have zero interest in that. Why would I do that? Hey, I can't explain it to you. It's just a belief system. It's something people do to occupy their time. It makes it feel like they're getting something done. I can't explain it. But the manufacturers love extremists. Do you know what the profit margin is on this cooler? This $250 cooler technically doesn't cost that much more to make than a $150 cooler. But they can charge enthusiasts higher profit margins for ridiculous stuff like this because enthusiasts will spend the money for it. So manufacturers love you. They love you. We've got Windows 10 installed, and what I want to do now is I want to show you the Intel driver updater and why just that one piece of software alone makes Intel a more attractive purchase than AMD for maintenance and longevity of performance and security and reliability as it pertains to the chip and anything that Intel has on this board. So this may be an Intel networking card. This is an Intel chipset. This is an Intel chip. If there was Wi-Fi, it may be an Intel Wi-Fi. This is an Intel SSD. And one piece of software from Intel that is completely for free that can sit in your system tray and alert you anytime any of that Intel related hardware has an update for a driver or firmware, it'll alert you immediately. You can choose whether or not you want to install it. But on the AMD side, they release updates all the time. Nobody knows. You have to go and look for yourself. And eventually it'll be offered through Windows Update. But why would you want to wait for something that makes your system more secure? Why would you want to wait for something that makes your system faster? Why would you want to wait for something that's completely free and available today? Because you don't know it exists, because AMD offers you no way to alert you. You have to manually check that yourself. Now imagine you have an office with 100 computers and you've got to scale that to 100 times. I don't want to be you. That sounds like a nightmare job. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to plug the internet into this. And as soon as I plug the internet in, it's going to start downloading Windows updates. And that's going to take a while. Give me just a second to kick this off here. Get this out of the way. Cancel that. This is just really annoying, so I'll just click the thing to complete setup, do not sign in. So that's going to leave us alone from this point forward. We'll go to the settings and updates and security. Now there's going to be a lot of updates coming in. I don't have to wait for these updates. I'll bring up the browser. I'm going to go to Google. I'm going to type in Intel driver update. If you have an Intel system that you built yourself or somebody built for you, you can use this. If you have a pre-built system that a manufacturer built, this probably won't work. You probably have to go to your manufacturer probably has their own update utility. Also, if you have a laptop, it will have its own update utility, and you should be using that and not this. This is for people who build their own systems or have a system built for them that's not pre-built. We're hit download now. This is a very small download. There it goes. And I'll click once on that. I don't want to take a survey. I have to accept the license agreement to install the software, but this is, they're inviting you to join the improvement program. So if there's any errors, it'll report those errors or crashes to Intel so they can improve the product. I generally decline this for privacy concerns. And then it says, are you sure, to install? And you say yes. And then I can close the browser window. You can see updates are still happening behind this at the same time. Even though it says restart now, it's in the process of downloading some stuff, and I'm going to let that complete, or it'll start over again when I restart. So we'll just let it do that. Now it needs a restart for this software. Sometimes it needs a restart, sometimes it doesn't. So in this case, we need to restart for the Intel driver and support assistant software, and we're going to need a restart for these drivers. I'm going to let these drivers complete, or these updates rather complete. And then, so right now they're downloading. This one's at 90%, this one's at 85. Once they've downloaded, they will install. And then once those are done, we'll do our first reboot here. So while we're waiting, do you have any questions? I think I might have missed some contributions. I apologize. It's hard for me to see so many screens. Let me go back and see what I've missed. It appears Alex Kaufman has contributed $5 twice. He says, here's another one since I've missed a couple. Hey, Alex, thank you for that. David Starbuck. I haven't seen David in a while. Hi, David. He's contributed 20 bucks. He says, hello, Carey and chat. Up late here on the East Coast. Hope everyone is doing well. Hey, I'm doing great. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. Planet Cryos with another $2. He said it was 2 minutes faster for the first reboot. 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for doing the research on that, Cryos. I believe that to be true because I wouldn't notice 2 minutes faster or 2 minutes. It's just not enough time for me to. Well, that's worth buying a $250 cooler for. By the way, a $250 cooler would not make the system any faster. This is really just no cooler versus any cooler. And so when the CPU throttled, it slowed down a little bit, and that caused the installation to take a little longer. But it wasn't like massively noticeable to most end users. They would never know it took 2 minutes longer. I didn't even know. 2 minutes is not enough time for me to notice or to even feel it, to like, that seemed like it took a lot. It didn't seem like it was slow at all to me. It felt more or less like any other Windows install until it blue screened. That's when things, that's when things were different and noticeable. David Starbucks says, what's your favorite pizza? Mine is Kalamata, olives, and mushrooms. I like pepperoni and mushroom, but only if the mushrooms are fresh. And not all pepperoni. Some pepperoni is disgusting, so it depends on the pizza place. I like basil being added to the pizza, and sometimes I'll do green peppers. So pepperoni, mushroom, green pepper, and basil in a wood-fired oven, thin crust. Yeah. In fact, if it's just pepperoni, mushroom, and basil in a brick oven. Oh, you're making me hungry, David. Why'd you do that? Am I drooling? Am I getting it on the keyboard? You got to put fresh basil on the pizza. Cook it on the pizza. Don't put it on after. And I prefer that they don't shred the basil. Give me the whole basil leaf and put it all over the pizza. And then stick it in the oven and cook it with everything else. Oh my word. It's really, really good. If you enjoy pepperoni and mushroom pizza, you need to add the basil. Even if you go to the grocery store, they sell a little shaker of the basil. Not basil powder. It's like chopped up basil leaves. It's not shredded, it's chopped. And you can shake it out of there and put it on your pizza before or after it's cooked. In that case, it won't matter. Try it sometime. It's really, really good. Joseph Winterhalter contributes $5. He says, howdy, Carey and chat. Hey, Joseph. Joseph and I talked the other day. He's a pleasure to talk to. Thank you so much for your support and your contribution, Joseph. Glad you're here, and I'm glad you're part of this amazing community. I can't see where we're at on the screen. I got to make it big again. It's all pending restart now, so let's go ahead and we'll restart it. Now, keep in mind, this restart is going to take a little bit longer. Ignore that closing app thing. That's just, it's going to cycle through that. If you're impatient, you can click the restart anyway button, but just as I was saying that, I was reaching for the mouse and it already did it. So if you just leave it, it'll just, eventually restart. And then you'll see it's going to apply those updates, which is going to take a minute. Oh, it didn't do it. All right, so I guess I'm a liar. And here's where we separate the men from the boys. You see it says Intel Driver and Support Assistant in that bottom right corner. And it says you have 2 updates available. Isn't that nice and gentle? It just says, hey, I don't mean to bother you. I just thought you'd like to know that there's some driver updates available. This is coming from Intel, by the way. So it could be anything Intel related on your motherboard. Anything at all Intel related. Well, let's go and see what it is. So if we look in our system tray, we now have this little blue wrench with a red dot. Normally that's a green, I think it's green normally. Green means everything's good, it leaves you alone, it won't bother you. The only time it bothers you is if that dot is red. That means there's at least 1 new update. So if I double click on that, is it double click? No, single click, no, double click. And it says, look here, look what we got. We have an NVMe driver. It says, hey, you've got an Intel SSD. You shouldn't be using the Microsoft NVMe driver. You should be using our NVMe driver. Here, we'll provide it to you. All you have to do is click the download button and then click the install button. It's a really small driver. It installs really quick, and then you have to restart for that driver to take effect. You're done. How amazing is that? Now, AMD doesn't offer you anything like that. In all fairness, AMD doesn't offer an NVMe driver. But I'm just saying, nobody does that. Even Samsung doesn't do that. What does that NVMe driver do? I don't know. But it's custom, and it's only for Intel users. I'm sure they didn't write it and spend the money to develop it and spend the money to distribute it and spend the money to put it into the update program if it did nothing. It's a benefit of buying an Intel SSD that you get this driver. So that's a good enough reason for me. You don't have to use it if you don't want to. But why wouldn't you? It's free. We'll come down here and see if that's still a red dot. It's still a red dot, so I'll click once on it this time, and then I'll go here, check for new drivers. And the other thing the Intel Driver Update Assistant does, if we scroll down, it gives us all the information on our motherboard, which I think is just cool. It's not telling me this version is like pointless, but it does say the version of our BIOS. It's got the date of the BIOS, the date the BIOS was released. It's got the name, the manufacturer and the model, the version of Windows we've got, and then it tells us about our devices and drivers installed on the system. That's really damn cool. And it's free. Did I say it was free? We're going to check this box. This is an Intel video driver update. These are critical. If a video driver update is available for any video card and you fail to update it, it is possible that a future Windows update will cause your machine to crash because of something out of date with your video driver. These updates are released for a reason. Whether or not you know what the reason is doesn't matter. You don't have to know why. They spent a lot of money to pay a developer to do quality control, to add it to the server, to add it to the interface. It costs a ton of money to do this. They're not going to do it because we got money to burn and time to spend and bandwidth to waste. So whether or not you understand why doesn't matter. These should be considered mandatory, in my opinion. Every client of mine that I'm a managed service provider for will always have the latest updates for all drivers and all BIOSes. Period. End of story. Why? It's to avoid experiencing the problems these updates fix. I am a proactive person instead of being a reactive person. And the reason is being reactive is very, very stressful. Carey, stop what you're doing, forget your plans for today, because we got a problem and you need to come over here right now and solve it. Our business is down. So whatever you're doing, stop. I hate that. So I do everything I can to control when I'm going to update their systems, when I can schedule it where it's not interfering with other work, so that we reduce the likelihood of having those unexpected events happen. Now, there's nothing you can do to stop unexpected events completely, but you can certainly reduce the number of unexpected events by putting good proactive processes in place. For example, antivirus. Why would anybody have antivirus? Why, you could just wait until you get a virus and then have the computer unusable and infect all of your files and then pay all the money and take all the time for somebody to have to stop their day to come deal with your problem, and then you're going to pay handsomely for it and be massively inconvenienced in the amount of time it's going to take because you were reactive. By putting antivirus software on your computer, you are being proactive so that you're less likely to have that situation occur. So if we take that with BIOS updates and we take that with driver updates, and we're trusting the source. I'm not taking driver updates from any other website other than the manufacturer, no exceptions. If a third party offers me a manufacturer's driver, I will not accept it. I will take it directly from the manufacturer, or I will not use it. Unless Windows Update offers it, because Windows Update is going to have it official from the manufacturer. So you can trust Windows Update. Sometimes it makes mistakes, but it's better now than it's ever been. And if we, let me finish this. I'll show you the Windows Update is going to offer us some drivers, And I will select all of them, it will apply them all, and there's not going to be any negative consequences to it. Oh, that's the wrong screen, Carey. I have to go to camera 2, full screen. Okay, so it downloaded the files. I'm going to click install. And this takes a little while. This is a big driver. It's 500 megs. And it's important. Once this driver is installed, everything else Intel-based is up to date. The firmware on the flash drive is up to date. If the firmware on the flash drive was out of date, there'd be a third download available for us called the Intel MAS program. And that's the, what does MAS stand for? Media and storage, I think. And anyway, so if there was, so the Intel Driver Support Assistant already knows the firmware of this drive that we've installed, the 665P. And so a couple of these that I've installed have had an older firmware, and I was hoping this one would also be old, but it isn't. They were all having 002C, and 004C is the current version. So if I scroll down this window where it says SSD, it should show me, it says firmware 001C. So I think, is that a 1 or is it a 4? Hold on, it's too far away. I gotta get my glasses and walk over to the screen. Let me get my shoes. 001C. 1C. Okay. I got it. All of the SSDs I've got right now today are Intel 665Ps, but I also had a couple of Intel 660Ps. And those went to 004C. I'm sorry. Yeah, they had 002C. They went to 004C. And that is a 1, isn't it? 001C. So apparently 4C does not apply to the 665, or the Intel driver updater would have told us, hey, there's an update here. I don't have to research it. I don't have to look it up. Intel's doing all the work for me for free. Now, as a tech who's got to deal, on a huge scale of fixing, repairing, or updating, or maintaining literally hundreds of computers, anything that can make my job easier, more efficient, at no cost, it's just a feature of the product, that's the product I'm going to use. It's just more scalable. And it's less inconvenient for me and my customers if we don't have to deal with problems. If we can sort of solve issues proactively before they occur, then we both have an overall better experience. I'm saving money that they're paying me for repairs if they don't need any repairs, because I'm on call and available if they should need some. They're saving money because if they need repairs, they're not being productive and they're not earning money and they're not helping their customers. So if you have a passion for one manufacturer over another, it doesn't make sense to me unless there's some benefit to you that would make your life easier. And so I can't understand the whole fanboyism that occurs online, because I don't know why they would be so invested into a faceless, soulless corporation unless there was a financial motive. There is sort of this weird, sometimes this video driver needs to install twice. I'm not sure why that happened, but I'm going to let it install twice and then we'll finish it and let it reboot one more time. Now when it comes up, we'll check and see if there's any new drivers. And we can go back to Windows Update. And that Intel driver and support assistant will just sit quietly in the system tray. It doesn't take up any system resources. You'll never even know it's there unless it pops up and says, hey, there's a new driver available. And if it does, I recommend that you install that driver as soon as it's convenient. You don't have to stop everything you're doing. It's not that important, but I wouldn't put it off any longer than necessary. Maybe at the end of the day, go ahead and apply it. I've never had any negative consequences as a result. You see that we got a green dot here. We'll bring this up one more time. Check for new drivers. And then we'll come up here and we'll say refresh the results. Let it scan again, just in case if there is a firmware update. Now, if we wanted to double check this, it's again, it says our Intel SSD 665p firmware is 001C. So if we look, we could type, what is latest firmware Intel 665p? Let's see what we get. So there's the SSD, the 660. Remember I said it was at 4C? Apparently they've never released an update on the 665s yet. The 670s just came out, so there's no updates to those yet. And the latest firmware will be applied through this Intel memory and storage tool. That's what it is. I had it wrong. I said media. Intel memory and storage tool is a graphical user interface, or GUI, which is pronounced GUI. And that GUI will be available to download. It'll alert you and say, you need the Intel MAS utility. You might go, what's that? That's its way of telling you your firmware needs to be updated on your Intel SSD, but you can't do it without that utility. So the minute you install that utility and you install it, it'll say, oh, here's the information on your SSD and your firmware is out of date. Would you like to update it now? And you can click update. And then it flashes it. It takes about 30 seconds, and it says you need to restart your computer for this to take effect. So you restart the computer, and now you're done. You know, ADATA doesn't do that. Sabrent doesn't do that. I only know 2 companies that do that, Samsung and Intel. Samsung Magician, if you check it, actually the new Samsung Magician might alert you, but the old one you had to actually go into the Magician software, and it would say, if you looked, it would tell you. It needs to tell you without you having to look, in my opinion, because people, regular computer users, don't know to look. So it has to be brought to their attention. You'll notice the Intel graphics driver is caught in a loop. This is something that happens from time to time with the Intel driver update tool. Because I already know I've got it, all I have to do, it's a bug. I'm just going to hit cancel and confirm it, and that problem is forever solved. It'll never try again. If I volunteer to be a part of their, remember when I hit decline, then that would report back to them that it kept trying to install. But I'm sure enough people are reporting it back and they'll address it. I don't have to do it. It'll get fixed. It's really not a big deal. Back to updates and security, we'll continue the Windows updates until they are all complete. Even after this update, we'll scan again. Then I can activate Windows. I have to put VLC on it. I'll run Uncle Carey's Windows 10 optimizer on it. Got to restart. And I'm going to remove, I'll turn it all off, remove the cooler, and that motherboard is prepped. Time to take out the next motherboard and do all this all over again. Welcome to my hell. I do love what I do, but sometimes it does get a bit repetitive. I see William Bailey joining us. William has one of my custom-built computers there in Oregon. I hope it's doing well for you. He also bought a computer. He asked me to build a computer for his daughter, so they're a Carey computer family. It's the greatest compliment when somebody buys a second or third or fourth computer. It's one thing to tell you that they like it. It's another thing to tell you they want a second one or a third one or a fourth one, because that truly means they like it. They're not just being polite. So even though I'm sure when people say it, they're being sincere, I know it's definitely sincere when they order a second. Back to Windows Update again. And we'll just keep repeating this until there's no more updates, which we might have already achieved. Looks like Peter is heading out. Hey, Peter, good to see you, my friend. Thanks for checking in. Hope you have a good day. Hope we have some good news regarding your brother. And I'll look forward to an update from you on that. Thank you for including me. Uncle Murr says, what are the 8 notifications in your taskbar? I started to get technical support questions about pop-ups that are appearing. And I don't know when they added this little notification because I never pay attention. But other customers are paying attention and it's confusing them. So I will generally turn it off. And what we're referring to here is down on the bottom right corner. It says there are 8, it seems like a little notification area. And the customers are calling me going, I'm getting pop-ups. I think I have a virus. Those aren't pop-ups. If I click on that, the notifications are just nonsense about what it's done. Right? This is everything we've already done. Like when it says you have 2 updates available, that was 20 minutes ago. We've since installed those updates. So you can turn the notifications. First of all, you have to clear them. Even if you turn notifications off, all the notifications that you already have will remain until you clear them. To turn off notifications, you would go into the settings area. I guess we're in there now. Just type in notifications, should take us there. And it says show notifications on the lock screen. We don't need that. Get notifications from apps and other senders. You can turn that off. It's up to you. These are all options as far as those notifications go. So when people think they're pop-ups, you know, I just turn it off and then clear it. And then that box will just be an empty caption window from that point forward. Now, I don't normally configure the computers that way unless a customer is complaining. Normally what I do is just clear out the notifications and allow it to stay for other, because I don't know how a customer is going to use their computer. But the minute they call and complain about it, I clear it and then I turn it off. It's that hard, you know, to do that. It's super easy. And again, I'm not quite sure when Microsoft added that, but man, that's annoying. Carey, do you have any tips on getting a new 3080 for MSRP? No. No. You know, you have to understand you're living in a world where someone will look at you and say, please, sir, could you spare $1? I'm broke and my car has run out of gas and I just need to get to a friend's house. And you give them $1 and they pull out this wad of cash and say, thank you, sir, and I'll add that to my collection. And you realize they have more money in their pockets than you have in yours. So many liars. So there's people, could I get a graphics card for MSRP? Only to turn around so they can offer it on eBay for twice what they paid. So the answer is going to be no, because we don't know what your intent is. I can't even sell a graphics card at MSRP. Think about this. If I sell you a graphics card for what I paid for it, what's to stop you from turning around and reselling it for twice the value? Like, I'm feeling bad for you. Oh, I wish I could get a 3070. Hey, well, I'll sell you one for $600. Oh, you're my savior. Thank you. And then I feel good. I've helped somebody. Then I look on eBay and there's my 3070 for $1,200. And you're just laughing at me going, what an idiot. So I have to sell the graphics card at whatever the going rate is to prevent somebody from taking advantage of me. And that totally ruins it from the genuine folks who want a graphics card. But you also have to understand that the vast majority of people who want these 3070 graphics cards don't need them. It's like there's a candy shortage and I really want some candy. Well, candy is not nutrition and it's not required to live, so you don't need to have it. But I want it. I want the candy. Why can't I have any? Because you're a spoiled, rotten brat who doesn't understand that you're lucky to have any food whatsoever. But I want a game. Okay, I want a Tesla. Do you know where I can find a Tesla for, let's see how much money I have in my pocket right now. $25, 50 cents, 55 cents, $5, $6, $7. I have $8.55. Can anybody tell me where I can get a Tesla? You can't afford a Tesla. But I want one. You can't afford it. I still want one. Then go earn the money and buy one like everybody else. Or you're a jerk. Sorry, I didn't make the world the way it is. Nobody, let me put it this way. The people who need a 3070 have the money to buy a 3070. The only people asking where they can get a 3070 at MSRP are the people who don't need one. Those are luxury items. Nobody needs a Rolex. Nobody needs a Bentley. Nobody needs a Rolls Royce. Nobody needs a Gucci purse. Nobody needs Prada sunglasses. Nobody needs items from Michael Kors. Nobody needs this. These are luxury items. And if you're rich, and if you've got money, you can enjoy these luxury items. But now everybody thinks they deserve luxury items. I deserve to have a Bentley. I deserve to have a gold watch. Okay, if you say so. You're not going to find a graphics card of any make or model at MSRP in the current pandemic and situation we're living in. But I can assure you, if you need one, you have the money to buy it. Chris L says, you can't have any pudding until you eat your meat. Jimmy Muno says, I don't even carry cash. There's a comedian that's just complaining about millennials. He's like, these millennials don't have any cash on them. I'm in the gas station, you know, buying a whatever at the convenience store, and the kid's got a soda. It's $1.08, and the kid whips out his debit card. And I'm standing in line behind him. I'm like, come on, in your pocket, you don't have $1.25? Are you kidding me? There's a big difference in generations. To walk around, Arnold Schwarzenegger will not leave his house unless he has $1,000 cash in his pocket. He wrote that in his biography. I thought that was fascinating. He will not, cash is king. And to walk around without cash, I don't know, man. I think it's risk-taking. You might find yourself in a situation where cash is necessary. But if you see Arnold Schwarzenegger out in public, he's got $1,000 in his pocket minimum. That's his claim. He will not go outside of his house without $1,000 in cash because things happen. The reason it happened, he met up with James Cameron at a restaurant to talk about this movie called Terminator way back in the 80s. And James Cameron's assistant was supposed to pay the bill, and the assistant didn't bring the money, and Arnold just happened to have enough money on him to pay the bill, just. And Arnold said he's never going to let that situation ever happen again. So he vowed at that point that he will always have $1,000 in cash on him at all times. And you think, well, what if he's mugged? Or what if, hey, he's Arnold Schwarzenegger. Who's going to mug him? They're going to get your ass beat. So I don't like to walk around with a lot of money in my pockets. But I also don't like to walk around with no money in my pockets. And I got $8.55 to prove it. How do you like that? That's that YouTube money that everybody's talking about. How's Carey doing on YouTube with 340,000 subscribers? I heard he's got $8.55. Is that all? It's cash though. Damn, I gotta get me a camera. Chris L says that's nothing compared to Floyd Mayweather. Yeah, I've heard Floyd Mayweather carries around a lot of money. But, you know, is anybody going to try and take it from him? That'd be fun to watch. How long do you think that would last? Chevy Arthur says, bail cash only, right? Got to pay the bail. And they ain't, I don't know if they take credit cards. GW Eisen says, I can get a 5-year-old Bentley for $80,000. I bet you I can get a 5-year-old Maserati for under 30. I wonder how much cash Elon Musk walks around with. He's a digital guy, you know? He's a future guy. I wonder if he even uses cash at all. I'd be kind of curious what his thoughts are on that subject. It's because, you know, he's like, I think he's Gen X like I am. I mistakenly said Jeff Bezos was Gen X. He's not. He's a baby boomer, I believe. He's a bit older than me. But I was talking about the accomplishments of the Gen X generation. And Elon Musk is our king. He's the pride of our generation. Richard S. says, what, Floyd Mayweather carries $5,000 minimum cash on him? Yeah, must be nice. You can hear that fan? Can you hear it ramping up and slowing down? Should be almost done with that update, and then we'll reboot it again. Ron says, can we get a heaven benchmark as it sit? I mean, we could, but why? You know it's not going to be good, right? I think it just went to sleep. Wake up. There it is. Real Name says he only sells his computer builds face-to-face locally. Yeah, well, here's hoping you don't get robbed. I've seen that happen in the news where somebody's selling an iPhone and selling it on Craigslist, and people meet up with him and say, let me see the phone, and then they take it and they run off. And if he chases after him, he gets shot at. Not worth it. Same with Xboxes. They're shooting people over Xboxes. Yeah, it's not enough money to get shot over. Tony wants to know if I've seen what Louis Rossmann is doing with the right to repair. No. I don't do any component level repair stuff. And the right to repair is really an issue for Apple owners and John Deere tractor owners. Those are sort of the two biggest corporate entities that are trying to dissuade or make it illegal for people to repair their own stuff. So it doesn't impact the PC world. So I don't really have any, I don't care because it doesn't affect me. And I don't really have a lot of sympathy for people who choose Apple. They knowingly and willfully paid more for a product than it's worth to join a lifestyle in most cases. And if that lifestyle means you can't repair it, then that's what you're agreeing to. On the other hand, my personal belief is if you buy it, it's yours. And you should be able to do whatever you want with it. If I buy a lower model of car and then I give it more horsepower, granted I void the warranty, but the manufacturer can't tell me I can't do it. That's not going to work. Tesla doesn't want anybody repairing their cars except for Tesla, but I'm sure you can understand why. If somebody repairs a Tesla incorrectly, and then that Tesla isn't involved in an accident or a fire, then the headlines are going to be bad for Tesla. And then Tesla's got to come out and correct the media and say, that car was repaired unauthorized, and whoever did it wrong and caused that to happen. That has nothing to do with us. But you know, the media isn't going to report that in the big headlines. That'll be a follow-up story down in the corner somewhere, buried. So, well, I don't agree with Tesla's stance. I understand it. And I don't have an answer, by the way, other than the same should apply for any other repair. If somebody repairs anything that ends up causing damages, the one who repaired it should be held accountable. You shouldn't just say, well, you can't repair it. I don't think that's right. That's not American. America's about freedom. Tony says, yes, he is looking for people to interview him. I thought it would be interesting for you to interview him on this channel. I've seen a little of his work, and you know, he's a sharp guy. I got a lot of respect for what Lewis does and why he does it. But when I see his stuff sometimes, you know, he's talking about the prices of stuff in New York and, you know, being cited for not having certain licenses that he doesn't need to have, but he's got to go defend himself anyway, and how New York is becoming a very unfriendly. New York has always been an unfriendly place. It's always been as far as I know, and in my, I like to visit New York, but I wouldn't want to live there. And so New Yorkers, they generally love New York, right? They're like, this is the greatest place. Everybody wants to be here. But I don't want to be there. I've been there. I've been to New York City and Manhattan and the Bronx and Harlem. I've been there. And it's a great place to visit. There's great food, nice people, but I wouldn't want to live there, and I most certainly would not want to run a business there. So why Lewis? I think he's familiar, he's comfortable. And it's a very difficult thing. Like, I want to be back to Michigan. I don't want to be in Arizona. But it's very difficult. It's expensive and complicated, you know, when you're middle-aged, to pick up and move. It's expensive. It's a little scary. It may be one of the scariest things I've done or needed that I'm going to do, because it's new and risky. And I think Lewis is probably going to move out of New York, but he doesn't know where to go. And I don't know what, you know, I can't make any suggestion because I don't know what he values and what he's looking for, what would be ideal. There's a few optional updates. Anyway, the reason I mention this, I think he's an interesting guy, and it would probably be an interesting interview. But he and I don't really share anything in common whatsoever. So I don't think I would do a very good interview. I'm not quite sure I would know the questions to ask him. And I'm not quite sure he's a fan of me anyway. I'm not quite sure if I invited him that he would accept it. Not that we've ever talked, but I've heard through the grapevine some unkind things that supposedly were talked about with me being the subject matter. And I don't know if they're true or false, and I really don't care. Because again, we're in two completely different lines of work. But I can tell you, regardless of any personal feelings, I have a great respect for what Lewis is doing. I love that he's showing the real repairs on YouTube, just the way I do. I like that he's live and unscripted. And I like, you know, we have so much in common in that way, but we have very different approaches to how we go about that. And that's perfectly acceptable. I don't think we're going to be best friends. Not that I'm against it. I'm not saying that I don't like him. I don't know him. And from what I see on his channel, the things he does are not of interest to me because I'm not an Apple owner and I don't do component repair. What is of interest to me is that he's a small business owner like me. He has small business owner challenges, as do I. And that's the part I'm most interested in. But it would be the same if he was a pizza place or, you know, if he was any other small business, I would be interested in that facet of it. However, the right to repair, in my opinion, when you buy something, it's yours, except in the case of movies, music, software, in which case you are licensing the right to use it. You're not owning that product. However, this was a big issue with selling used records and CDs a few years back. Let me go full screen here so we can talk about this. You know what this is, don't you? It's a squirrel. There he is. Well, that's just really in your face, isn't he? All right, we get it. We get it. It's a squirrel moment. Yeah. Okay. I understand. Message received. Go away. All right. There are certain people that I really have an easy time interviewing because I can relate to what they're doing, right? So we have Mike Smith, who does PC repair, other PC repair owners, PC repair shops. I have a million questions, you know, and trying to find things that are relatable. And of course, any small business owner is going to find business-related stuff. But, you know, the technical challenges are going to be very, very different. And the right to repair has no impact on what I do at all. That doesn't really affect the Windows world. It's affecting the Apple world, which is his main line of income. As I understand it, I don't really know him that well, but that's what I understand. And, you know, like I said, it takes a lot of work and dedication to accomplish what he has accomplished. Not everybody can do it. That's why not everybody has. And very few people are willing to open up and share how they do it, and he does. So he's one of the rare exceptions, and I admire that. And I wish there were more people on YouTube in every line of work that would show how the work is done and express some of the frustrations and challenges that they face, so it can better prepare others if they want to go into work for their own, you know, become self-employed for whatever their line of work might be. I was going somewhere with this. I would like to see, me personally, I'd like to see Lewis get out of New York City, get out of the rat race. But I don't know where. I don't know where is right for him. And when we talk about the right to repair, what it reminds me of, I know where I was going. What it reminds me of is the music CDs. There's a used record store called Zia, Z-I-A Records in Phoenix. And they had about 6 locations, and they were huge record stores, giant record stores. And you could take your vinyl, your CDs, your cassettes. In the 80s, in the 90s, you could take it to Zia Records. They will give you a certain amount of cash, if you wanted cash, just like a pawn shop. Or they would give you a higher value if you wanted to store credit. In other words, let's say I got the CD and I don't listen to it anymore. They'll give me $2 for it. But if I take a store credit, they'll give me $3 in store credit. Let's say I got a stack of them. So I have $60 in store credit. Now I can shop and I can buy something new at full price, or I can buy something used because they're going to take that $2 item, mark it up to $6, whatever. Okay? And if it's scratched, like it's a CD or record, you could bring it back, they'll replace it, or they'll refund it. So they were good. But the Recording Industry Association of America sued and said, you cannot sell what you don't own. You don't own those CDs and those records, or you own the plastic and the vinyl, but you don't own what's on it, and you don't have the right to resell it. And Zia Records went, I believe, all the way up to the Arizona Supreme Court on this, and they won. And this right to repair is very deja vu. And I do believe that the right to repair is going to succeed. I do believe that when it reaches the highest courts in the land, that there will be no other choice but to say that when you buy a John Deere tractor or you buy an Apple computer, that is yours to do with as you wish. And what's interesting is how that will play down with Tesla, where the consequences of an unauthorized repair, especially on a new company like Tesla, could result in bad PR, where the news media they grab a story immediately without any due diligence. Tesla catches fire, kills 3. That's the headline. And there's no story of the repair because that's not out, right? Investigators come in. And the investigators, you know, cars have onboard computers now. It's another squirrel. They can tell you, like take Tiger Woods' car accident that just happened. They know how fast he was driving. They know whether or not he applied the brake. They know whether or not he was wearing his seatbelt. They have all the data. It's like the black box in an airplane, which is orange. We're all familiar with the black box. Well, now all modern cars have the equivalent. And forensics folks can go in there and extract the data to see what all the status of the car was. What RPMs was the engine at? How fast was the car moving? Where was the brake pedal? You know, how much pressure was applied to the brake pedal? What was the speed? If there were any G-forces involved in a fast turn, a lot of times those are recorded. My Mustang has a G-force meter right on the dashboard. So all of that's built into the car and it's recorded whether you know it or not. But when a newspaper reports a car accident, like Tiger Woods is in a car accident, they don't have that information yet about what may have caused it. And that was a really nice and expensive car, by the way. It wasn't just, you know, any old car. So for Tesla to deal with a PR nightmare because an unauthorized individual used unauthorized parts that resulted in a failure of the vehicle that caused injury or damage to other people or property they're going to have to research it to figure out what went wrong. Then they're going to realize this car was in a junkyard and was scrapped out. Somebody pulled it from a junkyard. Like let's say there's a guy here on YouTube, his name is Rich Rebuilds. He'll buy every junk Tesla he can find, or he used to. And he'll take all the different parts to make one Tesla out of it that works, and then he'll sell body panels and stuff, because if your Tesla's in a car accident, it's going to be in the body shop for a long time waiting on fenders and stuff. Well, he'll just go buy these wrecked Teslas. Let's say a Tesla's been in a front-end collision, but the whole back of the car is fine. He'll sell the back of the car. He'll cut it with a welder and sell it to somebody who needs those parts on a repair. Tesla doesn't do that. So Rich is recycling, and what Rich is doing is great. It's great. But Rich could be sued by Tesla. And the right to repair would mean Rich would have no worries or concerns of being sued. Now, I don't know how much this has been updated. This is probably old information. So I don't know where Rich is with Tesla, if he ever got their blessing, or why Rich has kind of stepped away from that. I'm not sure why. I don't follow him that closely. But I do believe at the end of the day, when it goes to the Supreme Court, which it probably will, that we will end up, we being the consumers, just like with the music, they're going to find in favor of the consumer. And they're going to say, look, you can't tell a consumer what they can do with something they own. Where that will never happen is in software, in movies, in music. There's a good friend, well, not a good, he is a good friend, but we don't see each other very often. And his name is Mike Donnelly. I grew up on the bulletin board systems, and Mike Donnelly and I met through the bulletin board systems, and we had friends that we were both friends with. And he and I, we don't hang out, we never have. On occasion, where there was a group of people and he was inviting like a house party, you know, he would say, hey man, you're invited too, which was cool because we never really hung out together. We hung out with our friends who are mutual. and we always got along. So he's kind of like a good friend. I've known him a very long time. And the reason I mention his name is he wrote a program called Glider. And Glider was a program that moved your mouse for you to build up your character level in World of Warcraft, to level up automatically, to do redundant things so you can go do something else. And so that when you want to join a clan, that you wouldn't be like the weakest part of the clan, that you could, level the character up. And Blizzard, the company that makes World of Warcraft, said all the money you made from that piece of software belongs to us. And I think he sold the software for $15. I think he sold 100,000 copies. I mean, you can do the math on this. He did well, and he didn't know. It was just he wrote it for himself. And then somebody said, hey, you should sell that, and he sold it. And they claimed copyright infringement when he's not altering any of the code of Blizzard's code. He's just making the mouse move automatically, that's all. That went to court for over 5 years. And there's a documentary about it. And the documentary is available on Amazon. I think it costs $2.99. And it covers not just my friend Mike, but it also covers these two other folks who were selling in-game products, virtual products, for real money. And Blizzard went after each person that created their own little cottage industry. Blizzard said, that's all our money and you have no right to make money from our product, and sued all of them. And Blizzard has a lot of money, a lot more money than these guys do, and can afford the best lawyers and can keep going back to court as often as necessary. The documentary is called Play Money, and you can find it on Amazon, and it's fascinating. Blizzard is such an evil company. As far as I am concerned, they are absolutely one of the greediest, nastiest companies on this planet. And the guy who runs it is the lowest, scummiest dirtbag I've ever seen in the industry. Like, there's scumbags in all different kinds of industries. They're pretty common, but I've never seen one this disgusting in the computer gaming industry. In my opinion, that's my view. I might be biased because I know my friend's a good guy, and I know my friend didn't, take money away from Blizzard. When my friend went to get an attorney, the attorney's like, you're being sued for what? And my friend was explaining it to the attorney. And the attorney said, let me see if I understand this correctly. This game, people pay to play this game. My friend says, yeah, people pay to play the game. That's correct. And then they pay to buy your product so that they don't have to play it? He's like, you got it. And he's like, okay, I got to think about this for a minute. Play Money. It's a great documentary. Like I said, I think it's $2.99 on Amazon. And anytime they talk to Mike Donnelly, you can go, oh, that's the guy Carey knows. That's Carey's friend. We'll just call him my friend. I consider him a friend. I don't know if he considers me a friend. I hope he does. He's a good guy. I've always liked him. We never really hung out the way, like I said, we shared the same friends, which put us together a lot of times, and we always got along with each other. And there's no good reason why we just didn't hang out with each other. It just never happened. I don't know why. He might have a good reason why, but I don't. So anyway, check out that documentary. It's very interesting, because it reminds me of this whole right to repair thing, where companies are trying to take control of something that I don't believe they should have control of. But oftentimes in America, it's not about who's right or who's wrong. It's about who wins and who loses. And that is very much determined by how much money each person in the game has. So because Blizzard has more money than the people they were suing, Blizzard won all of those cases, except my friend appealed his court case. There was a lot of back and forth, so that like the court case was won in Blizzard's favor. And then they challenged that ruling and it was overturned. So Blizzard had to start over and sue them again. And they won again. And then my friend filed an appeal and then he won. And he's the only one out of this whole documentary that actually won the lawsuit against Blizzard. So I'm proud of him. What an amazing accomplishment. And he's got nothing to show for it. But he learned, he'll tell you, he learned business lessons. He's so glad it happened because he learned so much through being sued by this company that it's made him a much better businessman today. Today, I believe he writes code for kidney dialysis machines. So I think financially he's doing okay. I don't know, I don't talk to him very often, but what a wonderful documentary. Once again, the name is Play Money, and it's available to rent, to stream it off of Amazon's website. And it looks like Mortmont just put a link into the chat for the documentary. And when you pay that $2.99 to watch it, it's great to support these small filmmakers who don't have the marketing budgets to put ads on TV. And it may not appeal to most people because they won't understand it, but you guys will understand it, and it's outrageous and it's offensive. There's another one about Kim.com. Kim Schmitz changed his name to Kim.com, and he lives in New Zealand now. He's originally from Germany. And what the United States government did to him and what the New Zealand government did to him should make you outraged. And Kim is inspiring because after 20, 30 years, what has it been? 20 years anyway of the government trying to find reasons to go after him on behalf of the recording industry and the motion picture industries that are controlling and manipulating the US government through their contributions to the politicians, they have effectively made his life very difficult. And rather than get tired and give up, Kim.com comes back fighting. He comes back twice as hard. And the more they fight, the more he fights back. And what's unfair about the fight is government officials change. So maybe the person that was in charge of the FBI a few years ago isn't the person in charge of the FBI today. So that's a new fight for this new employee. But it's the same fight. Kim is still the same victim. So it's not like he can tire out his opponent. His opponent keeps changing with the same MO. And Kim, not only does he not give up, but he retaliates in a way that makes it twice as difficult. I think it's such an admirable quality because after 20 years of being attacked by the resources of the United States government and the New Zealand government, I think I'd throw up a white flag. Kim does not know what a white flag is. All Kim does is go, oh, you want me to put it into 7th gear? I don't know how many gears he's got, but he's got to be on like gear 12 at this point. He just raises it another level. And I find that such an admirable quality. And if there was anybody on this channel that I want to review or interview, if I could get Kim.com to join me on this channel, it would open your eyes to the victimization that the government places to make innovators and disruptors into criminals, all because of large corporate entities who miss their opportunity, like Blizzard. Blizzard could have done all of this on their own. And in fact, they do a lot of it now. But these innovators were the first. And instead of Blizzard negotiating and working with them, Blizzard attacked them and tried to strip them of everything they had. Blizzard wanted to punish them and set an example of them. Instead of thanking them and working with them to take what they know, hire these people, Blizzard. Why are you so stupid? These people should have been offered a job. They should have been paid, not sued. In much the same way a lot of what Kim.com did, in many ways, should have been praised for raising awareness and attention and should have been offered a job to work for the motion picture industry and the recording industry. Because eventually, the Motion Picture Industry and the Recording Industry Associations of America realized that instead of suing everybody for pirating everything, what if we just made it available to stream it? What if we made it cheaper and easier to access? Well, now, who wants to use BitTorrent? It's a pain in the butt if you can just pay $2 to watch a show. And once they realize this, they're making millions. But because someone else realized it, they're trying to sue them and get them arrested. And, you know, they show up at their house in a helicopter and a SWAT team with loaded assault rifles pointing at his wife and his young children because he's a pirate. But he's not a pirate. He never was a pirate. And just because you say he is doesn't make it so. So you can tell subject matter like this boils my blood. Right to repair stuff, you know, it doesn't really affect me. If I was doing Apple stuff, I'd probably be worried about it. I do believe it's going to work out in the end. I do. Whether Lewis does anything at all, I don't think it's going to have any impact one way or the other. I think it's going to end exactly the same. But I could be wrong. But I will tell you this, and I want to reemphasize this. I don't know Lewis very well. And Lewis and I have very different approaches. And again, from what I've heard, I don't think he's a fan. So I would feel weird reaching out to invite him on a show if I feel that that's not going to be welcome. But if you're watching his channel and you watch my channel, you're certainly welcome to let him know through his comment section or emails that I would certainly welcome him on my show for any reason, at any time, simply because I respect him. Even if I don't agree with his process, that doesn't matter. You know, I'm not an investor in his company. That's not important. I think there's a lot that I could learn from Lewis with regards to his business operations. And so, you know, if in that discussion we want to talk about right to repair, we're certainly not going to debate about it. I think we're both, Lewis and I are on the same page that it shouldn't even be a point of discussion. So it's not exactly going to be an argument or a debate. We're just preaching to the choir. I don't know how interesting that interview is going to be, but I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't turn him down for any reason at all, because I respect him. And maybe the things I heard, maybe they're not true. Maybe Lewis doesn't even know who I am. I don't care. I really don't care. But I would rather have a friend than an enemy. And there is nothing I have done to him and nothing he has done to me that should justify feelings one way or the other. So I would certainly welcome anybody who is a self-employed business owner who wants to come on the show and talk about the challenges. And each challenge is unique depending on what your business is and where you're located and the culture. You might be in England and you might face different challenges in England than we face in America. Or you might be in the South and you might face different challenges than if you're in the Northwest, et cetera, et cetera. Things like in New York are very expensive. Real estate's very expensive. There's a lot of taxes. There's a lot of licensing. You can go somewhere else. You go to Iowa, probably open up a shop, not even need anything other than a retail license. You're good to go. So each business owner has unique challenges. And I can never get enough of that kind of information. But again, with regards to the right to repair, I don't think there's really a whole lot to discuss. I think Lewis and I are on the same page, which is if you bought it, you should be able to do with it what you want. Although I would be kind of interested how Lewis would address the issue that I mentioned with Tesla, given that it is a new car company and it could be detrimental to the company. You know, Apple's been around a long, long time. So if an Apple iPhone catches fire, because it was repaired by an unauthorized party using a cheaply made battery that was not an Apple authorized battery, I don't think it's really going to damage Apple's reputation. And I think that's what Apple's worried about. But Apple's a long established brand. It would take a lot to damage their reputation that way. Tesla, on the other hand, is still up and coming. It's still growing, it's still maturing, and it could be very easy to tear it down through social media and the cancel culture that we live in over incomplete information caused by somebody using unauthorized parts, which results in a death or injury involving a Tesla. It could be devastating to the company's stock value. So it'd be kind of interesting what Lewis's response to that would be. But other than that, like I said, we're on the same page. Thank you for the question. It's a great question. Planet Cryos has contributed $1.49 with a beer and another $1.49 with a burger. How new is new? He's worth over $100 billion. Tesla, so Elon's got his hands in 4 different companies, as far as I know. 5 different companies, maybe more. SpaceX, which is privately owned. Tesla, which is publicly owned. If Tesla was privately owned, then it wouldn't matter. The right to repair wouldn't matter. But because it's publicly owned, that's where the danger is. And then on top of that, he's got the Boring Company for building tunnels underground for traffic. He's got the Neuralink. He's got the Solar City, what is it? Solar something. Of course, he was a part of PayPal back in the early days. I don't know how he does it. One CEO can work 70 hours a week. If you're the CEO of 4 or 5 different companies, how is it even humanly possible? Elon's, and again, we talk about the misrepresentation of the media. Many people don't understand the difference between what you're worth and what you have. And one of the best examples of this was during the dot-com bubble, where people could just start up a company and then they'd get investors. People were investing in anything that had a dot-com. Didn't matter how stupid it was. And I'm trying to think of the name of the book. This guy's a pretty young guy, fresh out of school. He's in Silicon Valley. He gets an investor. And now, overnight, he is worth $150 million. So the press say, how's it feel to be, so young and to be worth $150 million? And the kid says, well, I can't cash out those stocks for 2 years. I still live in the same apartment. I drive the same car. And I still have, $8.55 in my pocket, for example. And the press goes, no, let's do it again. How does it feel to be so young and to be worth $150 million? And he goes, well, I don't have $150 million. That's the value of the company. I can't touch that. They go, nope, stop. We're going to do this again. How does it feel to be so young and to be worth, not to have, okay? So we'll start from the top. How does it feel to be so young and be worth $150 million? He says, it feels great. And they say, thank you, have a nice day. And that's the soundbite they play. That's how they get it. Donald Trump says he's worth a lot of money, but is he? If you said, how much money do you have in the bank, Donald Trump? And this isn't to attack Donald Trump. I don't care one way or the other. But Donald Trump's value is in buildings. It's not in the bank. He can't withdraw the building. So he is worth What you are worth doesn't mean that's what you have. Elon Musk's worth can go to $1 if his stock value drops. You understand? When the stock value goes up and he owns a certain amount of stock, then he's worth more, even though the SEC limits when or if he can sell stock, and if so, how much. Though Elon isn't selling any of it. Elon is trying to buy Tesla back and take all the shareholders out of it, because the shareholders are trying to destroy Tesla. What the shareholders have been trying to do is leak stories to, I know this sounds conspiracy, but this is political business, and I do believe every bit of it is true. The investors want their investment returned immediately. They don't want to wait 10 years. In order to do that, they want to sell Tesla's technology to Ford or GM or one of the big car companies, cash out, and make a lot of money. Elon says, I don't want to do that. So then somebody who's a big shareholder doesn't like that, contacts a journalist at the Wall Street Journal and says, Elon's doing this and Elon's doing that, and the company's going to go down the tubes. And then an anonymous source leaked out this information, and then immediately the stock value starts to drop based on no evidence other than hearsay from a whistleblower. And Elon is hitting the roof. He's pissed off. How dare you? When you invested in this company, you should have invested in this company, but you're not. You're invested in you. And investors, so look, back in the day, you could have a crappy TV show and just let it run season after season, and it would build an audience, even if it was, the Beverly Hillbillies, okay? The Munsters. You couldn't do that today. If you don't instantly get ratings within your first 2 or 3 episodes, you're canceled. You have no time to build the audience. These investors who are financing these productions want immediate returns, or they pull their money. And this is investments in general. And this is how corporations have been run that are controlled by shareholders for at least the last 10 years. And there's a great book about this. It's called, I can't say the name of the book, Leadership, but it's not ship, it's another word. And it's written by a former CEO who always, had this sort of want to take care of the employees and wants to take care of the company, but he's battling the board of directors and the shareholders who want him to cut corners and lay off employees to reach higher quarterly gains. And it's the wrong thing to do. They destroy communities, they destroy families, also that the people who have a lot of money can have a little bit more. And he's come to realize that this is the culture of the world we live in, and it's probably never going to go back to the way it once was, and he will probably never be considered as a CEO for any other company, because shareholders don't want that. They don't want what's best for the company. They don't want what's best for the community. They don't want what's best for their employees. They want what's going to give me the most amount of return for my investment today. And if we hire you as the CEO, you're working for us. You're not working for your customers. You're not working for your employees. We don't give a rat's behind about any of this stuff. Dump the toxic waste in the river. We don't care. Just give us results, or we're going to replace you. Do as we say, or we're going to replace you. So the CEOs are not as powerful as you think they are, and their net worth isn't what you think it is. It's great to say it, though. Elon Musk is worth $1 billion. Worth. You need to understand what that means. Doesn't mean he has $1 billion. It's so frustrating the way the media manipulates people and how people just accept it as fact. There are a lot of millionaires in California. California, I think, probably has more millionaires than any other state in America. And do you know why? Property value. So if you say that you have you're worth over $1 million, even though you only make, let's say, $100,000 a year in California, maybe $150,000, which is sort of medium income in California, at least in Los Angeles, San Francisco. Using the same logic, you would say, these people are millionaires. And they'll say, well, how am I a millionaire? I'm driving around a Toyota Camry. You know, I got a little bit of money in the savings account. We try and take a vacation once a year. They are at best middle class. But if they sell their house is worth over $1 million, or the property that it's sitting on, especially in San Francisco, Los Angeles. Oh yeah. But if you don't sell the house, you don't have the money. And if you do sell the house, where are you going to live? Why do you think so many Californians are going to Texas? If you sell your house in California for the $1 million and you buy a new bigger house in Texas for $600,000, you got $400,000 extra left over. So until you sell the house, what you're worth is irrelevant until you sell it. So Elon Musk's $1 billion worth, he's not, unless he sells his stock, he's not going to sell it for the reasons I just told you. So welcome to the world of politics, bureaucracy, and business, and why, as far as I'm concerned, shareholders, if they want to invest in a company, that's fine, but they should not be allowed on the board of directors. They should not be allowed in any decision-making of the company whatsoever. And look at all the company founders that got booted from their own companies by their own shareholders. Bob Metcalf of 3Com fired from his own company. The father and wife team that created Cisco fired from their own company by the investors. Steve Jobs fired by his own investors, rehired by his own investors. And now Elon Musk is fighting to get Tesla back from the shareholders so that they don't fire him from his own company. He has to, at the very least, have and remain controlling shares. And the minute that he can own that company outright, he doesn't have to publicly report anything anymore. No financial disclosures, nothing. It's none of your business. Michael Dell was trying to buy Dell back. I don't know, did he ever do that? Why do you think he did it? How about Papa John? Here's a guy booted from his own company. It's his company. They fired him from his own company using the media to manipulate the intent of what he said to make him out to be a bad guy. And what's worse is the company that did this to him was hired by his own company to help improve his image. And instead, they were basically paid to destroy him. And they succeeded. So you can watch for that lawsuit. It's coming up real soon. It's been a couple years. But old Papa John is fighting big time. These stories go on and on and on. So when you hear what somebody is worth, it's meaningless. It's absolutely meaningless. And I will tell you something. Elon Musk has earned every penny of it, in my opinion. He is not lazy. I don't believe he takes advantage of people. He hasn't done questionably ethical business tactics like Bezos has done. He seems like a genuinely good guy with a strong level of ambition who has a work ethic like no other human being on the planet that's ever existed. I think he deserves to get more money than the rest of us. He works a lot harder than most people, and he's bearing the weight of the world far more than most people ever will. Now, what's that worth? I don't know, but it's certainly worth more than what I make and what you make and what all of us make, in my opinion. Because I think if all of us work together, we couldn't do as much in a day that that man does. Maybe I'm wrong. But I think if you were that ambitious and you work that hard, there's no reason to feel a lack of empathy for, oh, well, he's rich and, he deserves it. No, he doesn't. Nobody handed him that money. There's nothing Elon Musk has done in his life that you couldn't have done and that I couldn't have done or that any of us couldn't have done. The only difference is he did it. And now you're going to somehow make him out to be evil because he succeeded? Or so far. Like everything he's doing could take a turn tomorrow. It's already happened to Elon in his life. We've already witnessed it, and he was very lucky to survive it. But he almost lost SpaceX and Tesla pretty much in the same week, lost his wife, almost lost his house. And he gave every penny he had. He invested. You think about what a man that is. He's not in it for the money. Elon doesn't care about the money. I promise you, he doesn't. He doesn't care. Elon wants to change the world. And if he has to invest every penny he has of his own money, he will, because he already has. He was almost bankrupt. He had a 4th SpaceX rocket, and that was the end of the budget. Tesla investors were bailing. And if the 4th rocket blew up like the first 3 did, he didn't have any more money to build a 5th rocket. This one had to fly. It had to. His wife left him because he was never around. He was stressed out. He was unpleasant to be around. She had enough. So he's in this big house that's basically empty. Things were foreclosed, I think. He's trying to keep Tesla alive as investors keep bailing, as more news reports are coming out from the shareholders leaking information that wasn't necessarily true, trying to pressure Elon into selling the company so they could sell their shares and make money right away instead of having to wait. And when the 4th rocket went up, it did everything it was supposed to do perfectly. And immediately after the test flight, representatives from NASA said, we'd like to present you with a $3 billion contract to supply the space shuttle now that you've proven your technology. And then the Tesla investors said, oh, wait a minute. If NASA's investing in him, so are we. And then all the Tesla investors came back. And then Elon started building his money back up. He had spent a bit of his own personal finances. Who would do that? Who would do that? Elon could have taken the money he made from PayPal and walked away and bought a private island and just said, screw everybody. I'm going to enjoy life. I'm going to sit on the beach and drink Mai Tais. Boy, I wish there were more people in the world like Elon Musk. I really do. I really admire that man. That guy's got the work ethic. I'm telling you, you can talk about money all day long. I don't think Elon gives a rat's behind. I really don't think he cares. Please ask Elon to share his millions. You know, Elon's a bit young. So if you look at the history of the millionaires, the big millionaires in the United States, the original sort of duo would be Rockefeller and Carnegie. These two folks, I think Carnegie was into steel, in the steel industry, and Rockefeller was in the oil industry. And they sort of had this one-upmanship over who was the richer person. And they did this for about 20 or 30 years. And when they got older and they realized they can't take this money with them, at that point in their life, they started building libraries and public service kind of socialist kind of buildings that they financed, and they sort of had this competition over who could give away more. Bill Gates didn't give away anything until much later in his career, after he married Melinda. William Buffett didn't give away anything until Bill Gates vowed to give away the vast majority of his fortune. And then Buffett said, well, if you're doing it, I'll do it, and I'll give you basically the vast majority of his fortune. But these are old men. They did not do it when they were young. How about Bezos? What has Bezos given to be a philanthropy? What has he done? Well, he's still young. Give it some time. As people age, history has shown when people are wealthy and they age and they've been sort of hoarding and hoarding and hoarding, they generally speaking realize, I want to leave something behind, whether that's a library, a big building given to the city, a charity, an organization, they get there. And I have no doubt that when Elon can take a break from all of the building and building and building that he's doing, which costs a lot of money, and he can relax a little bit and let this thing run on its own, and he starts seeing the horizon of his life becoming clearer, I have no doubt in my mind that that man will be probably one of the most generous benefactors to, I mean, I don't know what, but to some charity or in some way, assuming that he doesn't make a huge business mistake that costs him all of his money. You have to understand that if you're in the process of building an empire, but it's not built yet, you better have as much money as possible so you can recover from your mistakes. If you give away too much of it too soon, and you find yourself in a trouble because of a bad decision, you don't have that to fall back on to recover from anymore. That's why it usually happens, in my theory, later in life. Warren Buffett, I said William Buffett, Warren Buffett, my apologies. Yeah, Warren Buffett and Bill Gates weren't much givers in their 20s and 30s or 40s. It wasn't really until maybe the late 40s and the 50s, and in Warren Buffett's case, maybe even 60s or 70s, that the idea of saying, hey, I'm gonna contribute this money to a good cause when I'm dead came up as a subject. So to expect Elon, well, he's not done yet. It's unrealistic to ask him to share anything because he's using it right now. When he's done using it, or having it there as a cushion, which is my theory of what he's doing, because that's what I would do. Same with Bezos. When he's done, you watch. They will follow in the steps of Rockefeller and Carnegie and Gates and Buffett. They'll all follow. Because why not? Where's it going to go? What would you do? By the way, all of you could be millionaires. There's nothing that's preventing you from being a millionaire but you. There's nothing that's preventing me from being a millionaire but me. I'm just not willing to do what's required. However, the older I'm getting, the more willing I'm becoming. Because I don't want to work my whole life. Let me rephrase. I do want to work my whole life, but I don't want to have to. I want to do it because I want to. And so learning how to stop working for your money and instead learn how to make your money work for you is how people like Bill Gates and Warren Buffett and Elon Musk, there's a great YouTube channel. Let me recommend a YouTube channel that can teach you how you can be your own millionaire, and it's put in plain English, very easy to understand, and it's fully explained with no magic and no secrets. It's very, very honest. Now look, there's a lot of YouTube channels when it comes to finance, okay? But there's one guy for me who stands out above the rest of them because I'm a fan of authenticity. I'm a fan of being genuine. And this gentleman comes off, I don't know him, but he comes off as very truthful, honest, and he'll tell you, even if it's something you don't want to hear, he's going to tell you, this is what it's going to take. And I'm looking for his channel because it's in my subscription list here somewhere. He is originally from Britain. And he even challenged himself. He said, I'm a millionaire, but I'm going to start with $0 and see if I can become a millionaire again while you guys are watching me. And we'll see how long it takes me to get there. And then I'm going to tell you how I did it. So his name is Mark Tilbury. And let me get his YouTube channel. Here's an example of what he does. He says in this video that I'm putting in the chat room, he says, how much did YouTube pay me for a video with 2 million views? How many YouTube content creators tell you how much money they make? He's going to tell you exactly how much money he makes. And if you look at his other videos, he's going to show you all the different ways he makes money. And it's nothing you can't do. You don't have to have money. You don't have to have a lot of money. You can start with $1. You just have to do what it takes. I really respect that guy. Now, for all I know, he's lying and he's not worth a dime. But I'm assuming he is truly worth what he's worth. And everything he says sounds reasonable and makes sense. So it seems all on the up and up to me. And you don't have to follow everything he says. If you just follow 10% of what he says, you will be financially better off than if you're spending the way I was spending or the way my parents were spending instead of investing. And then what to invest in and how, it's all covered. I can't get enough of it. I really enjoy it because this was never taught to me in school. This wasn't taught to me by my parents. And had I known this and had I cared, I could be a millionaire today without much sacrifice. If I started saving a little bit of money in my 20s or 30s, I could be worth $1 million today. But it's not too late. I can still be worth $1 million if I make the right investments. And I don't have to sacrifice much. Maybe I'm not going to buy that 3070 graphics card. Maybe I'm going to prioritize using that money to make me money instead of using that money to buy me a piece of equipment or a car that's going to depreciate almost immediately. Cars are horrible investments. We got to have one, but you know. Anyway, Mark Tilbury, check him out. He's amazing. I can't recommend his channel enough. Chris Johnson contributes $10. I see a bunch here from Planet Cryos, another $1.99 and another $1.99. Chris says, hey, that's a great build and lesson and interesting thoughts on wealth and capital. Stealth Mode contributes $2. He says, I'm with you there. All I can tell you is nobody told any of this stuff to me. And when it comes to fixing computers, again, I just teach in a way that I wish somebody would have taught me. And if that comes off a bit rough sometimes, that's what I would have needed to hear for it to sink in. Not everybody learns the same way. And I can't individualize these YouTube sessions to accommodate everybody's little sensitive feelings. But you have to know that my intent is to inspire you. My intent is to encourage you. And my intent is purely and wholly looking out for what I believe is in your own best interest so that you can be self-reliant. But I can't make you want any of this stuff. But I'm hoping I can at least make it understandable. And if you don't like my approach, then it's just not for you. You know what I'm saying? There's other YouTube creators you might like better than me, and that doesn't hurt my feelings at all. But I think it's unrealistic to assume that I would modify my content for each individual sensibilities. It's just not a practical thing. All I can do is explain it in a way that I wish somebody would have explained it to me. So if I'm talking in an arrogant tone, or if I'm talking in a condescending tone, I assure you I am not. That is your individual interpretation, and it is missing my intent. And you will never know my intent unless you ask me. You cannot tell me what my intent is. So if you have concluded that my intent is anything other than looking out for the best of you because you don't like the approach I took, ask for a refund. I don't know what to tell you. But I can tell you that if I was watching my channel when I was 15 years old and there was somebody making content like this, I would be far more successful today. Well, that's assuming I would have listened. Chris Johnson, I said that one. Planet Cryos with another $20. Hey, thank you so much. It looks like I might have missed a couple here. Let's go up. Michael contributes $4.49 Australian. He says, Carey, what's your opinion on cryptocurrency? I truly believe that cryptocurrency is the future. And if you're watching my channel, you're probably too old to understand why. However, You may not be. The young generation and the generation that hasn't been born yet will, in my projection, be using cryptocurrency more than they use any other kind of currency. Maybe I'm wrong. But cryptocurrency is unstoppable. No government can stop it. Bitcoin sort of represents the most popular and the most used cryptocurrency. And if you just look at the history of Bitcoin, what was it worth 10 years ago? What is it worth today? What's it going to be worth 10 years from now? Bitcoin only goes up in value. Even when it goes down, it only goes down temporarily. So those little downs, it's fascinating to me how the media manipulates the information that you're getting. The one I like is Bitcoin dropped 17% in 7 days. Now, if you read that headline, you might think, oh, gosh, see, I knew that whole thing was a hoax. That is such an injustice to providing accurate news to people, because it fails to disclose that Bitcoin was up 45% the week before. Okay? So if you do the basic math, this is real simple subtraction. So if Bitcoin is up over the last 3 months, 45%, but in the last 7 days, it dropped 17%. Last I checked, it's still up from where it was 3 months ago. And it's up a lot more than any amount you'd collect in interest in the savings account at your bank. It's still up 28%. That's pretty damn good. Furthermore, if you just relax, stop looking at the daily up and downs of Bitcoin, step away from it. Stop looking at the minutes. Stop looking at the hours. Stop looking at the days. Stop looking at the weeks. And stop looking at the months. Look at the years. What was Bitcoin worth last year? What was it worth? Just pick any random day and month and go back year after year after year after year. And if you step back further, go back 10 years to today's date and tell me what Bitcoin was worth on April 13th, 2011. And you draw a little dot, okay? Draw a little dot. You go, okay, here's the money. It starts at $0 and it goes to $100,000. And on this side, write the years, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014. So you go to 2011 and you find what its value was and you draw a little circle where those two lines intersect. Then go to today. Forget all the up and downs over the last 10 years. Go to today, same day, same month. See what it's worth today and draw the little dot where the money and the year cross each other. Then I want you to grab a straight edge and I want you to draw a line. Does that line go up or does that line go down? The problem is you have too many people who don't understand what cryptocurrency is. They don't understand its potential and they don't understand that it cannot be controlled. No government can shut it down. It's not possible. You cannot stop it. It's only going to move in one direction. It's only going to go up. The problem is there's a lot of different cryptocurrencies right now. You want to buy some Dogecoin? I think it's up to 7 cents. It was made as a joke. It wasn't serious. But that in and of itself makes it more believable to invest in, makes it more reasonable that you know the people who created it weren't doing it to they call it like a pump and dump scheme. And pump and dump schemes, they do it in the stock market. And they pump a lot of money into something, right? And they increase its value. And people go, hey, the value of that's increasing. I want to put some money into it so I can get some profits too. And so when a bunch of people say, hey, look, it's going up really fast. Let's put some money in it and join that rocket ship. That's called pumping it. The people are artificially putting money into it to raise its value artificially. Then when a bunch of other investors see that and put their money into it, they take their money back out and the value plummets, but the money they get back in return can be 10 times what they put in because they're scam artists and they're manipulating the value. And these kind of cryptocurrencies can be victimized in pump and dump schemes. Now look, I'm no financial expert. You just need to look at my house and look at how I'm dressed, okay? But common sense should at some point take over and go, I may not understand this, but younger generations will. And those younger generations, I predict, are going to use it a lot, especially with international trade and different currency systems. Like when I bought that camera tripod thing I talked about, it was 90 pounds. That was like 170 US dollars. I think it was 30 pound ships. So it was like 110 pounds. And I think a pound is worth like $1. It's complicated and it fluctuates. You know, you got Forex, foreign exchange. But with Bitcoin, Bitcoin is always Bitcoin. So if something I'm buying in London is sold for a fraction of a Bitcoin, I don't have to translate that. It's the same. It's much easier because you don't have to go through exchanges. You just go, boom, there's your Bitcoin. Easy peasy. Younger generations, they're going to grasp it. And Bitcoin is limited to 21 million Bitcoins. There will never be more than that. So as Bitcoins get lost and never replaced, then there's fewer Bitcoins. Supply and demand. The fewer they are, the more they're potentially worth. Like graphics cards. When supply is down and demand is up, the price goes up. When people lose Bitcoins, they're gone forever. They will never be recovered. And once Bitcoin hits 21 million Bitcoins, there will never be any more. Now, that doesn't speak for all cryptocurrencies, but that was the person or the people, some rumors over who created Bitcoin, already thought all this through. And there's a reason why Bitcoin's ahead of everybody else. It's just better thought out. And blockchain is a whole nother, blockchain came along with Bitcoin. And the whole blockchain, once you understand what blockchain is, that's when you start bringing up things like NFTs, which I think are a complete fad. I don't think NFTs, I could be wrong, but I think that's a waste of money. But blockchain offers a type of authenticity to guarantee something is being genuine, meaning that transactions cannot be altered or fraudulent or fake because of blockchain. And when you apply blockchain to other areas, like Acronis uses blockchain to verify stored images to ensure that your image has not been altered by a virus or a third party. And blockchain guarantees that. So blockchain, which is, sort of a part of Bitcoin that was introduced with Bitcoin, at least it was introduced to me together. Well, they're sort of sewn together. They're also two separate things. And each one in and of itself offers boundless opportunities. It is the future. Whether or not you agree won't change the future. I'm sure there's horse and buggy makers who said the automobile will never catch on. It's loud, it's smelly. I'm sure there's a lot of blacksmiths who said, horseshoes are always going to be needed, no matter what. You don't find many blacksmiths today. The world changes. Some people change with it, and some people refuse to change, and they just sort of get old and die. The world keeps moving without them. The world will keep moving with your participation or without it. If somebody who doesn't want to upgrade to Windows 10 and they want to stay on Windows 7, the world's going to keep moving forward even if they refuse to. No matter what their logic or reasoning is, they are not in any way, shape, or form slowing down evolution and progress, despite their attempts to disrupt it or to not participate in it. It continues to move forward without their participation. And when they're dead, it'll still keep moving forward. And whether or not they used Windows 7 for any reason will make no difference in the world. It'll only serve to hurt themselves and nobody else. That's what I figured out about life. I imagine that if there were people still alive from the 1700s, they would claim modern medicine is witchcraft. And when people die, they sort of get out of the way of progress, those who impede it, because they don't like change. When bicycles, the Wright brothers, it's a good squirrel. When the Wright brothers, before they, messed around with inventing you might have heard of the airplane, they were a bicycle manufacturer. And there was a part of society that thought that bicycles should be illegal. The problem with a bicycle, and I mean, they would go to council meetings and try to have laws passed to make these bicycles illegal. There's a great book about the Wright brothers. There's a guy, his name is Walter Isaacson. And Walter does these in-depth, deep dive biographies on people, famous people. Like he did the Steve Jobs book. I think that was Walter Isaacson. The Wright brothers, I think Thomas Jefferson. He digs up all of the handwritten letters. He talks to family members. He does this incredible amount of research. And the parents didn't think it was a good idea for their kids to be able to get on a bicycle, and back then they were called safety bicycles. I think they were called safety bikes, because the early bikes had the big wheel and the little wheel. Safety bikes had two of the same size wheels, and those were safer and easier to operate. And so the Wright brothers were making safety bikes, and people were up in arms about it. They said, this allows the children to go to an unfamiliar area and get in trouble and then come home. There's nothing good that can come from this. The children should stick around the area in which they can walk. And this is to avoid any problems. The children are going to get themselves in some devious trouble when they're that far from home and the parents are not there to supervise them. And this device should be illegal and not allowed. And they fought, many people in many communities fought to make the bicycle illegal. Big fight. The Wright brothers had to defend it, and it was their business to build bicycles. You got to sell bicycles, of course. Anybody who's trying to make a bicycle illegal. So before they did the airplane, they were doing this, and this was a really big deal. Now we talk about a bicycle today. All those people are dead. They no longer stand in the way of progress, and it progressed with or without them regardless. And that's my view on cryptocurrency. I think it's going to progress regardless of what you think about it. And if you wish to invest in it, it is a risk because, who knows what's going to happen. However, of all the potential I see in my life, I personally think if I could buy Tesla stock, I would. If I could have bought Tesla stock last year, I'd be sitting good this year. How do you think it's going to look in 10 years? It's going to be crazy. And Elon's the kind of guy who won't quit. He's not going to grab the money and run. He'll go down with his ship. If Tesla fails, Elon's going to lose a lot more than you will. So I think he's a safe investment. Anything Elon does, you invest in Elon, not in Tesla. You invest in Elon. You invest in a guy like that. And I think that's a lower risk investment because he will go down with that ship. Not many CEOs will do that. In fact, he's the only one I know of. Maybe Richard Branson, I don't know. And then you've got, there's so many different cryptocurrencies, right? There's thousands of them because you can make your own cryptocurrency. But the big ones would be like Ethereum, Litecoin, Bitcoin Cash. And these are the ones that you can buy in addition to Bitcoin at PayPal. So it's no longer the complicated process it used to be. If you can create a PayPal account, at least in the United States, you can buy and sell Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and Bitcoin Cash. And they're all going up. You can't use it to buy anything, but you can buy it and sell it. And the longer you hold it, the more money you're going to make, I predict. And when you're losing money and you go, Carey was wrong, you got a bad attitude. If you're losing money and the value of Bitcoin is going down, that's when you buy more of it. Because Bitcoin always comes back up again. Always. And when it comes back up, it goes up higher than it's ever been before. I love it when Bitcoin goes down. I love it because that means that's a good time to buy it. If you wait until, like, Bitcoin's going up this week, it's been sitting at around 58,000 for about 2, maybe 3 weeks. It's been high, hasn't been moving much. 57, 58, 56, 57, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I was like, should I buy some more? It still seems a little high. Maybe it's going to drop. Boom, now it's up to 60, 61, 62. It hit 63. I don't know where it's at right now. Bitcoin never stops. It doesn't close like the stock market. It doesn't go, hey, the bell's rung, no more trading. Nope. That price of Bitcoin keeps fluctuating every second of every day, and it will never stop. So those changes where it drops should be seen as an opportunity to buy more. That's my opinion on cryptocurrency. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just learning this stuff now, and I'm pretty excited about it. And the little bit that I've dabbed in it has been very successful. I told you I'm going to buy a Tesla for $10,000. I'm going to. You can't buy a Tesla for $10,000. I believe you can. Okay, Mr. Smarty Pants, how are you going to buy a $50,000 car? That's like a Model 3. How are you going to buy a $50,000 car for $10,000? You're buying it used? Brand new. How? Take $10,000, put it in Bitcoin, and wait. When that $10,000 becomes $50,000, you can use the Bitcoin, because Elon Musk now accepts Bitcoin to buy a Tesla. Boom. Mic drop. But what if it doesn't go to 50,000? Hey. What if it does? Do you want to be on the sidelines going, oh, I wish I had done it? It will turn that 10,000 into 50,000. I don't know how long it'll take. I'm very confident it's going to get there. Will it happen in your lifetime? Will it happen in 6 weeks? I don't know. No idea. But I'm very confident it's only going up. Even when it goes down, it always goes back up, and it goes up higher than it was before. Every single time. Prove me wrong. When you see me with my Tesla Model 3, know that I paid $10,000 for it, and that's how I got it. And I will get one. And I will pay $10,000 for it. You watch. Let me put it to you this way. I'm already halfway there. And that's since January. It won't be long now. It will be mine. Now, I can't buy it with Bitcoin because PayPal doesn't allow me to spend it. But PayPal allows me to cash it out. And when I cash it out, I'll owe taxes on it, of course. It's okay. I just need to make sure I have enough buffer there to cover the taxes and still have enough to buy the Tesla. Think about it. Why are 10-year-old GPUs so expensive? That's what John Young wants to know. The reason old graphics cards are still pricey is because everybody wants a graphics card. There's an interesting psychology that I've noticed with human beings in general, that if you offer them something that's bountiful, very few people have any interest in it. But the minute you take it away and you say you can't have it, then they want it. The minute you tell somebody they can't have something, there's a large percentage of people who now suddenly want that thing. And I can give you example after example after example. Twinkies. Americans were not buying Twinkies. But the minute they said they're going bankrupt and they're not going to make Twinkies anymore, people started to hoard Twinkies. The minute a company stops making a product, last year they were not able to make Peeps for Easter during the pandemic, and everybody wanted Peeps. Peeps, the little marshmallow treats that are absolutely disgusting. Suddenly, everybody's got to have Peeps. This year, Peeps were available. I didn't see them sell out. People didn't seem like, some people bought them, some people didn't. Who cares? But the minute you told them they couldn't have them, they're not available, everybody had to have it. So now everybody wants a graphics card. So if I can't get a 3070, I'll get a 2080. If I can't get a 2080, I'll get a 1080. If I can't get a 1080, I'll get a 900 series. Then I'll get an 800 series. What can I get? I want a graphics card. I got a 770. I'll take it. So now 20-year-old graphics cards, well, not 20 years old, but graphics cards that are 10 years old are selling when before nobody would offer you $1 for it. You couldn't give it away. But if you want a graphics card, there's none available. So you start looking at the used market, and anything that's relatively new is already sold. So if you have old graphics cards lying around, you can put them up on eBay. You might be surprised how much money they're worth, even though they're probably worthless to you. Somebody wants to buy it because having something is better than nothing, and because they're so hard to get, it's like this personal challenge that they've got to have it. It's psychological. It's completely psychological. If people would just stop being sheep and not participate in this madness, it would settle down much faster. This is why toilet paper sold out in the pandemic. Did people suddenly have to go to the bathroom more? Was there some process in making toilet paper that was going to be affected, so you better get it now? Human behavior. If I was an alien species, and I might be, and I was studying the human race, this would fascinate me. I'd say, look at how predictable these people are and how irrationally they all behave together, even though it's completely unreasonable and it doesn't make any logical sense. They all do it. Some people get caught up in it, like take me. Let's use me for an example. I want to buy some toilet paper, but everybody's hoarding toilet paper, so I can't get it. So I'm in the store one day, and I see the store has toilet paper. Do you think I'm just going to grab one? I better grab a couple, because I don't know when I'm going to be able to buy it again. So now I'm a hoarder of toilet paper. What choice did I have? If people would stop this, pardon the expression, crap, there would have been plenty for everybody. But the minute people start hoarding, when the gas line that provides, their underground gas lines that provide fuel to the Phoenix area, I think from Tucson, had a leak and it disrupted fuel distribution. People started to hoard gasoline. And the governor of Phoenix, or the governor of Arizona, had to go on television and ask people to stop hoarding your gasoline. He said, there is no gasoline shortage. All the gasoline, you guys have filled up every tank in every car you own. Instead of, filling up your car when you need to. If you would fill up your car when you need to, there would be no shortage. But now everybody's filling the tank up of every car they own because they're afraid there's going to be a shortage, creating the shortage for everybody else who then says, oh, well, I better fill up my tank too. Well, I can. And before you know it, there's no gasoline. And you go, well, how can you tell me there's no gasoline shortage when the gas stations are all closed with no gas? And the governor says, because you bought it all. There's more coming, it just hasn't arrived yet. It's on a regular delivery schedule. The same with the toilet paper, you morons. You're all a bunch of morons. Well, I guess the governor didn't say that. But if I was the governor, that's what I would have said. You're all idiots. What's wrong with you people? Stop participating. If you participate and buy a GPU during this shortage, you're part of the problem. And that's my opinion. I was confused. I was like, wait a minute, why is everybody hoarding toilet paper? Does this COVID thing, does that have explosive diarrhea as a side effect, or does it cause intestinal distress? I don't understand. Why is everybody buying all the toilet paper? I don't know about your bathrooms, but my bathrooms have a shower and a bathtub. I mean, a bathtub may not be good, but in a worst case scenario, I'm just saying, jump in the shower. But, you know, I might be a little more practical of a thinker than most people. The system just went to sleep. The fan on the power supply and the the CPU fan just stopped. Ah, now they're turning again. I've left it on this whole time, just because. G.W. Eisen says, in 1974, during the gas shortage, well, it was called the energy crisis, but okay. He says, we went driving every dad Ford had gas all you want. I was alive in 1974, and I remember the energy crisis. Same thing, human behavior. We haven't evolved much. Of course, it hasn't been that long. (191/7) contributes 10 HRK. I can never remember what that stands for. He said, they say there's a pandemic, but I haven't seen any pandas yet. Martin M contributes $5. Carey, can you make more Life 101 videos? First of all, thank you, 191 and Martin M for your contributions. I was going to make a Life 101 video today. I was feeling a bit philosophical, and I decided I would do this first, and afterwards I would do the Life 101, but now this has gone on for nearly 5 hours, and I'm tired, and it's almost, well, it's 11:30 at night, so I'm just kind of out of gas. I should have filled up the tank and hoarded more. But yes, I intend to, and thank you for asking. He says you broke out your cordless camera and never turned it on. No, I did turn it on. You didn't see me when I was using that. When I first turned this motherboard on, I brought this camera out and I turned it on and I activated it, and you just rewind the video. Well, it's over 4 hours now, you may not be able to. But I absolutely did use it, and I held it so you could see the motherboard and hear the fan as it kept You don't remember that, or were you not here? Troll McTrolling says the HRK is Croatian kunas. I can never remember that. There's like, you would think if it's Croatian, it would have a C in the 3-letter designation of the currency, but it's HRK. I want to say it's Hong Kong, you know? But obviously it's not. I'm learning a lot about money through the contributions I get here from around the world. I never even heard of a Croatian kuna. I don't know much about Croatia. That's a shame. I'm sure it's a beautiful place. In fact, that entire area around Europe, it's Europe, right? Croatia and Slovakia and Slovenia. What else? What other geography can I, Luxembourg, is that a place? I'm a dumb American. Geography's not my strong point. I kind of know a little bit, but you know, if you spun a globe and stopped your finger randomly on it and asked me what country you were on, I might get lucky. That knowledge has never come into practical usefulness in my everyday life. If I was a world traveler, you know, if I was a traveling rock band, I'd probably know the globe a lot better, but it doesn't really impact my life much. But thank you. Croatia's local name is Hrvatska. Probably mispronouncing that, but I seem to recall hearing that before. It's ex-Yugoslavia. Yeah, didn't Yugoslavia turn into 2 countries? Was it Bosnia and Croatia? Or was it 3 countries? Isn't it 3? I think it's 3. Bosnia, Croatia, and there's a third one. Or am I completely misremembering this? And then there's Albania. And then I think there's like the Mediterranean, is it, I don't know, there's a sea? What sea is it? And then across the sea is Italy. I should probably shut my mouth because I'm sure I'm appearing very stupid right now, but at least I'm honest. Trollington says it turned into 5 countries. Well, I could Google it, but then you'd know I cheated. I'd rather be honest. Shaman says 7 countries. Trolling says Albania is separate. No, I didn't mean to imply Albania was part of it, but I think Albania is next door. Isn't it like, doesn't it share a border with what used to be Yugoslavia? I don't know. The Adriatic Sea, that's the one. I was going to say the Baltic Sea, the Mediterranean Sea. I couldn't think of what it was. Thank you. See, why do I need Google when I have you guys here to? It's not a computer, right? My expertise is here on the table. That's obvious, Carey. I don't know everything. I'm not very good with geography. I can show you where China and Russia are. In Canada, the United States, and Mexico. But as we get down into like Central America towards South America, Guatemala, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, they're somewhere in there. I'm not sure which one's which, but I know their general vicinity. Real Name contributes $5. He goes, here's 5 hours for $5. Jeez. I can make $8 during an 8-hour day, so that's $40 a week. Ooh-wee. I'm just teasing. Thank you. I do appreciate your contribution. Nothing is expected. So anytime anybody contributes anything, big or small, any contribution is more than what most people offer. So I will take it and say thank you. But I do try to be funny. I hope it doesn't offend you. Sometimes my jokes backfire and have the opposite intent. So Yugoslavia, according to Shaman Keshavares, I won't even try. Yugoslavia is now Bosnia, Croatia, Kosovo. That's the one I was thinking of, Kosovo. But then he goes on to say Montenegro, North Macedonia, which I didn't know. Serbia and Slovenia were part of the Yugoslavia. I thought those were on the others, like Albania's on one side, and I thought Slovenia and Slovakia, I thought were next to each other on the other side, but I'd have to look at a map. So thank you. Thank you for providing that. I'm not going to go and Google it. I'm sure what you're saying is true. Dennis says, hey, no problem, just do more tutorials for the Linux kernel. That's not going to happen. Yeah. This is not a Linux channel, but there's plenty of them on YouTube. Plenty to choose from. John Young says the Aegean Sea. The Adriatic Sea sounds right. Are you going to make me Google this? And Shamim produces a Wikipedia page on Yugoslavia. Yeah, I'm sure it's all true. Slovenia is south of Austria, Trollington says. But Arnold is saying Czechoslovakia, Croatia, Serbia, and Kosovo. But Kosovo was the one I was thinking of, and I just couldn't find the words. North Macedonian name is fake Greece. Yeah, I remember, I think 60 Minutes did a piece about that where Greece was trying to take it back. I remember that now. Oh, well, you know. That's why this is a computer channel. I'm not a good instructor if this was a trigonometry, geometry, or geography channel. Or biology. And I'm really stretching it to even talk about finances. But what I have been doing has been working for me. And I haven't been doing it very long, so I don't have a lot of years of experience, but I want to share with you that my investments in cryptocurrency have done well, and I have no intent of changing my stance. If anything, if I have more money to invest in Ethereum, Litecoin, Bitcoin Cash, or Bitcoin, I will. And just because those are the ones I can buy through PayPal. PayPal has made it so easy to buy cryptocurrency. You're missing out on a lot of money. If you got a stimulus check, if you're an American who received that stimulus check, and you took that stimulus check and you put it into Bitcoin, you'd have about twice your money right now. And it's still going up. And I'm not going to say that you're going to double your money overnight or in a certain amount of time. But if what you're going to do with your stimulus check is spend it, it's definitely not going to earn you any money. Some people have to spend it to live. And if you're in that situation, obviously, you don't really have much choice. But if it's found money that you don't absolutely have to have, that would be a good opportunity to invest it. And watch that gentleman, that Mark, what did I say his name was? Tilbury. He can give you a ton of ideas. He doesn't just say, do this one thing. He says, here's a bunch of different ways I make money. Here's a way there's a keyword. It's called passive income. Passive income is you doing nothing and making money. If you search YouTube for passive income, there are a lot of YouTube content creators that will tell you how they make a ton of money by basically sitting on their butt doing nothing, being passive. They can create income. Who wouldn't want that? So watch some of those YouTube channels, see if they might plant a seed that you can relate to and put it into practice. And if you do, and you end up with good or bad results, come back and let us know how that worked out. As a warning or, as encouragement to say, hey, you guys have missed out. What a great opportunity. I jumped in right on time. That'd be pretty cool to see the results. Just don't invest more than you can afford to lose. Just like going into a casino. Dennis says it's nice here in the Balkan, Yugoslavia, and he's saying good night. Hey Dennis, well thanks for joining us. Thanks for hanging out. John Doe says, I prefer being poor. Money gives me a headache. Hey, you know what? There's nothing wrong with being poor. My mother spent every penny she ever made. Sometimes she spent it just because she knew it was coming, but she didn't have it yet. So there wasn't anything for anybody to steal, right? You're going to lock the door to the house? Who cares? We have nothing. Everything we have is crap. So on the one hand, you don't have to worry about anybody stealing your identity. Nobody wants to be you. You've got terrible credit. You have nothing anybody wants. And so you're not really a target for theft. That's the good side. On the other hand, I used to work for a guy that was a multimillionaire, but he didn't want to spend his money. I don't know why. He just didn't want to spend it. He took me out to dinner and then expected me to pay the bill. He looked at me when the check came and I'm like, you're a multimillionaire. I'm struggling to make ends meet. This is 20 years ago. And he just kind of gives me this look like, oh, of course I have to pay because I'm the rich guy. Yeah. That would be, is it too much for you? Dinner for two at a diner is more than you can handle? He's resentful. People just use me for my money. And what's interesting is he lived a life very similar to my mother. He didn't own a whole lot of anything nice. No fancy clothes, no fancy jewelry, no fancy cars. No. And it kind of keeps me up at night thinking about it when it occurs to me, and I think, that man had millions of dollars and wouldn't spend it. My mom had nothing and spent everything. And they both led a very similar lifestyle. If you looked at the spending, it was very similar. So I said, well, what's the point? What's the point of earning all that money if you're not going to use it? And I had this conversation with him probably 15 years later. Guy was in his late 60s, sleeping 4 hours a night, working basically 20 hours a day. He didn't have to. He was set for life, but he couldn't stop working. It's like once you get into this mode and you build this momentum, you don't know how to stop anymore. That's the trick. You got to know when to stop. And most people don't know how to get started. But what they won't tell you is once you start and you're successful, you will not know how to stop. It won't feel right. You won't be able to sit down and enjoy your money. You'll feel like you're missing out on tons of opportunities now that you know. But you don't need them anymore. But once that mindset sets in, boy, it's very difficult to break it. So he's a workaholic. And he was having some frustrations in his business. I said, man, why don't you just retire? Retire now where you can enjoy your money, do some traveling, you know, sit back on your couch and watch some TV and, I don't know, buy a sports car. You've made all this money. When are you ever going to enjoy it? He had this $1 million cabin in Sedona, Arizona, and it had a leaking roof and it needed all this repair. And he was angry. He's like, why do I pay all this money for a place I never spend time at? And I said, why don't you sell it? He goes, if I sold it, what would I do with the money? I can't believe I'm having this conversation. Well, then keep it. What do you want me to tell you, man? It's a house. It's going to have a leaky roof. You know, it happens. It happens to all of us. If you have 2 houses, you have 2 leaky roofs. If you have 3 houses, you're going to have 3 leaky roofs. It's stressful. Sell it. Yeah, I don't need the money, though. This cabin was on a private island in Sedona. It's weird to call it an island when it's Sedona, but it was an island. And it had, or would it be an estuary? Anyway, they called it an island. And there were these exclusive little rustic homes that were $1 million homes against the bank of a river, and then a mountain across the other side of the river. And it was a house that was rented by Orson Welles, 2 doors down. But, you know, it was a long, long time ago. But to give you an idea of how exclusive and how I am, and the guy used to give me the keys and let me stay there on the weekends. I just had to drive to Sedona. The place was free to use. And I went there one day and the floor was soaking wet and the ceiling was leaking. And I called him and I'm like, hey, you know, there's a real problem here. And he's yelling at me on the phone. I don't even know why I have this place. You know, I don't even stay in it. And I'm like, okay, but I mean, you're welcome. I mean, if I didn't stop by this weekend, it'd still be leaking. So now you know, and now you can call your contractors to come out and do what they need to do before the damage gets any worse. And he had this little tiny water heater. He had this little tiny water heater about this big in the closet. But he had this big jacuzzi in the master bedroom bathroom. And you'd fill the jacuzzi about 1/3 of the way. You'd run out of hot water, so you have to turn it off, wait about 20 minutes, come back in, turn it back on, fill it another 1/3, turn it off. I said, why don't you get an on-demand water heater? Because, you know, water heaters burst and you're going to have another flood and you're going to be pissed off. He's like, what's that? I'm like, it's just like this thing they put on the wall. The water runs through it and it heats the water up when you need it. Otherwise, a water heater is heating water that for a house that's mostly empty, you're paying to heat this water nobody's using day after day after day after day. So this will only heat the water when it's in use and it'll never run out of hot water ever. I never heard of that. And then he put one in. And then you could fill the jacuzzi up and you had endless hot water. It was fantastic. A tankless hot water heater. What a shame, though. So when he died, he was a heavy cigarette smoker. He was a very intelligent man. He knew the dangers of smoking and just figured it wasn't going to happen to him, I guess. So you can guess what happened. And when it happened pretty quick. He got lung cancer, and he took the vast majority of his wealth and gave it to the American Cancer Society, not to his kids. His attitude was, this is my money, it is not my children's money. They can go make their own money. Jeez, oh man. I mean, if you're dead, does it matter? But a faceless charity is somehow more deserving than his own children. Now look, the Lung Cancer Association of America is a wonderful organization, and they can use all the contributions they can get. But so does the breast cancer charity, and so does the Michael J. Fox Parkinson's charity. And I could list charities for leukemia, and we could go on and on and on. They're all deserving. But he gave to the charity that affected him personally, and to his kids that had to tolerate his nonsense. I don't know. I guess they got something, but my understanding is the bulk of his wealth, whatever his will was, it was changed, at least as I understand it, to give it to the lung. When he didn't have lung cancer, he wasn't interested in giving to the lung cancer. Maybe a token contribution, but to give the bulk of his wealth to a charity that suddenly became more interesting to him once he was afflicted by lung cancer. Self-inflicted, by the way. It wasn't like he just got lung cancer. He smoked cigarettes for decades. He gave it to himself. I don't know what he thinks the Lung Cancer Society is going to be able to do to help future smokers with lung cancer. But just people's behavior is quite interesting to me. Jerry Seinfeld said the same thing on an episode of Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee. He was with somebody like Kevin Hart or somebody, and he said, do your kids, he says, my kids come up to me and they say, Daddy, are we rich? He goes, do your kids ever do that? And Jerry laughs. And Jerry says, yeah. I say, well, I'm rich, you're not. I've never understood how you wouldn't be kind and generous to your own children who have to put up with your crap every day, Like, they deserve a reward for having to tolerate you. No, we are not rich. I am rich. What a terrible thing to say to your children. These children didn't say, hey, would you please make sure that I'm born. These kids didn't ask to be born. They didn't ask to be placed in your custody. You created them, you're responsible for them, and you should take care of them. And you shouldn't make them have to go through all the suffering you went through. But at the same time, you shouldn't just give them everything and so they never have to sacrifice or learn how to thrive. But when you're dead, what difference does it make anymore either way? That's all I'm saying. Who cares anymore? I got to fix that power switch. The good news is the power switch that's broken it's the same exact power switch. It's just got hot melt glue inside of this connector. And so if I get my hot melt glue gun and melt the glue, I can pull this switch out, and I'll have to cut the nylon zip ties and pull this orange and white wire out and throw it into the trash. And I can take the new power switch. What did I do with it? Oh, it's over here. And it's the exact same switch, and it'll fit in the exact same hole. And I'll just use the hot melt glue, and now it'll be you'll know when I change it because it'll be a red and black wire, and then I'll re-zip tie it. Problem solved. Super easy. Barely an inconvenience. I got these on Amazon. And if you want, I can put a link, but if you just type in computer power switch, it should pull them up. There's lots of different kinds to choose from. That was a pack of 2. Honestly, for what it cost to ship it, wouldn't make sense to buy one. Probably cost a nickel more to buy a second one. So package of 2, guy like me, I'm going to use them. Ron Tooney says, Carey, please check out the FSP ATX mid-tower PC computer gaming case, excuse me, with translucent side window panel. Okay, let's take a look at it. Let's see what everybody's talking about, or at least one guy. You know, if I do this one more time, I told you when I set that keyboard down, I was going to start grabbing the wrong keyboard. And I did not disappoint, did I? I did exactly what I said I was going to do. Mark Tilbury. I got to remember to add his link. I really like this guy. He's down to earth. He's just talking about, hey, here's how I made $1 million. Here, I started at 0 and did it again. And here's how I did it the second time. And well, I wouldn't do everything he's done. I'd certainly do some of it. And then he brought his son in and started showing how his son is already starting to make money. And he brought in this other young kid that's using Amazon to make a lot of money with their, it's called their FBA, which is their, I forget what it stands for. But basically where you supply Amazon with the product in their warehouse, and then Amazon sells it and you get a check and they take care of all the inventory and the shipping. There's more to it than that, but you know, I'm oversimplifying. David A contributes $1.99. He says, Bitcoin is almost at 65,000 right now. I'm invested. When I started this broadcast, Bitcoin was at 63. So in the 5 hours we've been talking, it went up $2,000. I was going to look up a case. There it is, the FSP ATX. Ew. No, thank you. Oh, wait, that's not it. Oh, so this case is, yeah, it's pretty generic. It's okay. There's nothing eye-popping about it. It's elegant. It's clean. It's got 2 front fans and 2 5¼ bays up front. And then it's got your USB ports and power switches. Yeah, that's all facing frontwards at the top. And then it's got a window on the side. And it looks like it's, it says it's ATX, so I guess it's bigger than it looks. It looks like it's a mid-tower, but it looks good. I think that for $85, you know, it's got good reviews. There's 87 ratings with an average of 4.5 stars. It's got a power supply shroud. I don't know if the drives are toolless or not. The feet on it look nice, but it just feels kind of meh. It's not a head turner. But for $85, it should be. That should be a $65 case, in my opinion. You could buy a really nice NZXT H-series tower for about the same price. I think it would be better, just from what I'm looking at. But it does have 2 USB 2s and 2 USB 3s up front, and I do like that. But I could do without the lighting fans. Could do without that. And yeah, it's okay. It's not bad. I appreciate the suggestion. All right, guys, I guess we'll wrap it up. It's gone on long enough here. So thank you guys so much for joining me. I'm going to have to edit out part of this video because I really want to focus on the lessons that I was trying to show earlier today. We've kind of drifted off and squirreled into other subjects, which I always enjoy, but I'm afraid that some people won't watch my videos because they're too long. And I'm always looking for video editors, and preferably somebody with some experience, because I don't have a lot of time to train people. But the video editing means, you know, taking out a lot of nonsense, keeping in what's important, doing artificial zooms, or even grabbing B-roll. If I'm talking about a product, you grab a screenshot of the product and edit it in. It's not just cutting pieces and pushing them together. I don't need anybody to do that. That's lazy. I need somebody who actually knows how to edit. And I'm certainly willing to pay you if your work is up to my standard, and there's a lot of work. This video alone is a lot of work. But from this one video, we could probably, an editor could probably extract 4 separate videos out of this build alone, whether it's focusing strictly on the Intel driver updater, focusing on the BIOS updating, or focusing on the RAM and the motherboard, you know, the initial point of this video. There's 3 videos right off the top of my head, and I'm sure there's probably another video in there somewhere that could be cut, you know, into a short segment, titled and thumbnail it and posted as content, because a lot of this that's buried in the middle, nobody's ever going to see it. Very few people are going to sit through. A lot of people, if they do play this video, they'll play it in the background to listen to while they're working and not necessarily watch it or pay attention. And so they might hear it. But it would sure be nice to have this stuff segregated and pulled out and posted with each its own topic and thumbnail, so that people doing Google searches can find it. And then if they like it, then maybe they'll subscribe and watch more of my stuff. But it requires an editor. I don't have time to edit. And it's more than just cutting and splicing. It requires a little more finesse than that to clean it up and make it look good, or, you know, keep it moving without cutting out any critical technical information. So you've got to know what's safe to cut, what isn't. You've got to know when to jump to a close-up and how to find that close-up. If I haven't provided it, then you have to go and grab it. If I'm talking about an Amazon product, you can go to Amazon, take a screenshot, crop out any information that doesn't need to be there. You overlay it on top of the video while I'm talking. It's work. It's very time consuming. And I have yet to find anybody good enough. I find people who try, you know, and some of the edits that viewers have supplied to me just for fun have been good enough. Crazy Vera's done a couple of edits, and they're acceptable, but what I would really like to see is a more professional, polished video edit, and I would pay for it. So the best way to apply for that job is to take any video of mine and edit it, and then show it to me, and I'll see if you got the stuff. Lots of ways to earn money, lots of opportunities, but I can't find anybody qualified. Pictures of Jimmy and Lyle on the wall behind you would be awesome. That's an idea. He says, I'd love to be a video editor, but the 36-hour commute would be tough. Oh no, you'd do this at home. You would download the video from YouTube. You would fire up your own video editing computer. You would work on your own time. You would then upload the video to like Google Drive or even to your own YouTube channel so I can view it. And if it shows promise, I'll make some recommendations for improvement. I doubt you're going to submit anything where I'm going to say, hey, I've got no suggestions. But if you can do that, holy cow. And if I accept the work and you want to do more of that, we can talk about getting you paid. And there's a lot of work available. And you will do it all from your home. There is no commuting. So there you go. GWI says, then I can sue them. I can sue who? People who have YouTube Red can download videos. It's an option in YouTube for YouTube Red users. But if you post one of my videos and you monetize it, you're stealing from me, if that's what you're referring to. But if you don't monetize it, and the reason you're doing it is because I asked you to, why would I sue you? That's weird. I'm assuming that's what the suing comment was about, copyright infringement. But this wouldn't apply if you're applying for a job for me. That's the process for applying. Or did I misunderstand your comment? I don't know. I'm not suing anybody. I don't have time. If somebody posts my content without my permission, there's pretty much a process in place that happens whether It's going to basically flag it and bring it to my attention. And they're going to say, is this okay? And I'm going to say, no. On the other hand, if it's a submission, you know, for a job, and they say, is this okay? I'll say, yeah, it's okay. Arnold says, do I have to wear a mask? Well, you're working from home, so I guess that's not a question I can answer. Okay, thank you once again to everybody who has contributed today. Again, YouTube is not showing me all of the contributions, but I will name off the ones I have. So Alex Kaufman and David Starbuck, Planet Cryos and Joseph Winterhalter, Perry Paralambidis, Eric Kaufman again. Oh, I missed that one. He said, I bought 25 HP Elite Desk and HP Compact Pro computers from a local business. All are Core i5s. Some are 5th and 6th gen. Would love to send you some. Ooh, sounds good. You can send me an email so we can talk. If you go to the TechVets homepage, tech-vets.com, or you go to the About page here on YouTube, you can find my email address. Please reach out to me in email. And thank you for your contributions. Don Allen contributed $5. I missed that one too. He was saying goodnight. Sorry I missed your contribution earlier, Don. Michael, Planet Cryos, Stealth Mode, Chris Johnson. More and more and more from Planet Cryos. Thank you so much again. I can't wait to hear from you about that computer I sent. I'm kind of excited. David A, 191x7. Martin M, and a real name. Of course, I remember Peter Laycock came in and contributed, but I can't remember who else. I'm sorry, guys. I do like to name all the names, but if the names aren't there, because YouTube, it's not on purpose. But I do want you to know I appreciate all of your support, and I thank you so much for joining me during this marathon broadcast that was just going to be about 2 hours. I'll be ready in 10 minutes. Has it been 10 minutes? I hope you found it educational. I hope you found it entertaining. I hope you'll come back for some more fun and entertainment. Yeah. We'll go to the close-up camera. Is that working still? Is it still on? It's still on. I got to fix that focus. Got a job for Mitch. Tomorrow, 5 p.m. Arizona time, 8 p.m. Eastern, join Mike Smith and myself for another episode of Tech Vets, where we talk about the trials and tribulations that we endure from the trenches of running a computer repair business. We're not benchmarking or synthesizing simulations. We're actually doing real work for real clients that have real problems, both technical and sometimes psychological. And we get the fun challenge of resolving that in order to keep the business, keep the profits, and keep everybody happy. And we'll share our stories and tales from the trenches as we always do. That's tomorrow night, Wednesday, April the 14th. Today's already April the 14th. So later today. Thursday, I don't know if I'm going live or not. Friday, Mitch Morrison will be here joining me for another weird build. I don't know what it's going to be this time, but it's going to be something different that either nobody on YouTube has done before or very, very few people have done it with regards to the computer case. I've got some weird computer cases laying around, and I love to make original content or uncommon content at the very least. Even if someone else has already done it, I'm going to do it my way, which is, sort of crazy. I try to have fun with it and not take it too seriously, but at the same time, I put a lot of pride in my work and I put a lot of care that everything is done to a very, very high standard. I just try to be a little bit of a goofball when I do it because it's very tedious and boring to me. I have to make it interesting. So I hope you enjoy that irreverence. In the meantime, that's going to wrap it up for me. I've been Carey Holzman. I'll be Carey Holzman tomorrow too. I got it covered. I hope everybody stays safe. I hope you do well. Thank you for all of your kindness, my friends in blue, for helping keep the chat room in order from the trolls and people trying to disrupt. Those of you not yet blue, I would like nothing better but than to turn you blue. I just need to identify you in the chat room as being a regular and being friendly. In fact, Ron Toomey should be blue, so I just made him blue. And I see Matt Power is not blue, so we'll turn him blue. And on that note, with a few more blues added, I would love to see the whole room in blue. I see my friend Ron Hillier has been here the whole time. Wow, you're a trooper. Thanks you guys so much. I will see you all again tomorrow evening. And until then, bye for now. Oh, it's this camera. I screwed that up. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I will see you all again tomorrow evening for a new episode of Tech Vets. Until then, bye for now.